Hello, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. Switching it up. I'm your host, Sean Tyler, and we are back once again for Umineko. I finally did not feel burnt out for it. So, we're streaming it once again. I don't have many bits. I have many bits tonight. Or any bits at all. In fact, yo, what's up, Ozzy? In fact, I don't have any bits, so I'm not switching to full cam. I'm just going to switch straight to the live scene. Because I just don't have any bits. I had one that I could have done, but I'm not opening 40 packs of Pokemon cards that only have 3 cards in them, because that's just too many in general. So, we're just gonna get to the game, I guess. I hate the fact that Stream Elements is, like, I don't know what the hell. Not Stream Elements. Yeah, it is Stream Elements. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm switching to the live scene. I didn't even set it up fully yet. Bam, live scene. I gotta turn on my monitor now. Now unmute the desktop audio, but I'm also gonna unmute the game audio. I'm gonna head back to starting soon. Alright, good. I have the notebook ready. And the best part is, I was reading the Red Truths last time. Okay. Alright, sorry, the NVIDIA thing telling you the frame rate was popping up, and I didn't want that, so hold on. Alright, anyway, I was reading the Red Truths I wrote down, and I appreciate this one. It's dead. Probably in reference to Beatrice being dead. And then I read this one, and then immediately all my theories are out the window. There are no more than 18 humans on Rakanjima. So, I don't know anymore. I have somebody in mind who could have done it. But again, it's all about... don't... Like, I have it here. I don't need any more reminders of that one. It's all about who would actually kill their child. Because Kenzo wouldn't do it. The servants wouldn't do it. Nanjo definitely wouldn't do it. So it'd have to be... I don't think any of the kids would have done it. The kids could have done it. But still, they're killing their family members. So that's why. I have formed a crazy enough theory to blow all theories out of the water. I have formed the ultimate theory. The ultimate theory that disbands all theories in general. My ultimate theory, which is crazy enough to work, but not work at the same time, is Badler is the one doing everything. He's acting like he's dumb, but in reality, he's got like Albert Einstein level smarts. He's like forming a theory of relativity over here, but in reality is like, oh, I don't understand how this happened. It's crazy enough to work, but it probably doesn't. So now it's just down to the fact of who would kill their child and or their parents. Other than Badler, because Badler's always around somebody. So he always has an alibi. So that's why it's not good enough to work. But it's good enough for him to be in on. I don't care what Nox says. Okay, Nox is 7th. It's forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. I don't care about Knox. I don't know who the fuck Knox is. You want to talk about it? Tyler's 7th. It isn't forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. In fact, it is almost likely that the detective is the culprit. That is Tyler's 7th, and that's what we go off of here. So I think where I left off, I stopped because Renov told me about the 18 humans, and I said, I don't want to finish the chapter anymore. I'm tired. I think that's exactly where we left off. Well, I'm pretty sure that's where we left off. Or did Beatrice say it? Somebody said it. I think Beatrice said it. Yeah, Beatrice said it, so never mind. Beatrice said it, and I went, I don't want to fucking play this anymore. Which is fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, what if an animal killed them? Would an animal be able to go into a house? It was a fucking monkey. Another theory, it was a monkey. It was a chimpanzee that came in and killed these people. Because a monkey's not a human, but that makes it still 19. I don't know anymore. This one line here did kind of just fuck me up, to be honest, but... I still think it's you, Badler. I'm starting to think differently on some shit. Yeah, I'll take some. I'll take some. I'll take some tea. Can you spike it with, like, alcohol so I can get blackout drunk so I can forget about all of this? Well, she said human. She said human, so she's classifying herself as not human. Yeah, I already have an idea of 2 culprits. 3 at most. One is a monkey and the other is Badler. The third one I'm not gonna tell you because that's the one that I think the most at this point. I'm gonna set this notebook down. You know, I'll just hold on to it. Screw it. Play what? Chess? Because I don't like chess. That's my one complaint about this. There's too many chess metaphors. Slash similes. More metaphors, but should include that. They're 2 different things. Oh, finally, we're back. I don't have to deal with her right now anymore. I literally named. I'm playing an old Pokemon game, and I literally named the rival Beto because I absolutely despise Beatrice. Beatrice is actually just my rival at this point, and I'm fully well aware of that, and I'm making that canon to the channel's lore. They're proposing. Aw, it's not like they'll die at the end of the second night. Oh my god, 5 nights at Beatrice's. Let's make it. FNAB. Gotta protect yourself against a witch that doesn't exist. Perfect game. Oh, I thought they were gone. I hate what Stream Elements is doing. It's like flashing black every few seconds, and it's freaking me the fuck out. Because all of a sudden my Stream Elements will just my Stream Elements will just go black for a few seconds. And it's like, oh shit, is there a ghost? This clock is huge. This seems longer than all the other ones. Kento, go to sleep.
この旅のゲームはどう転ぶのか。委ねるもよし、抗うもよし。いずれにせよ、わしに残されたわずかの命をトスに値する実に楽しい宴よ。
In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kenzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. Gotta fix my headphones. I didn't... What? Huh? On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0 and had begun to count back again. Human construct. I'm putting my notebook down. I'm getting tired of holding it.
23時59分までは確かに数えただろう。しかし24時にたどり着くことはできたのだろうか。たどり着けず再び0時に戻ったと考えればそれはなんとも虚しいことよ。
But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. You fucking die. Your body turns to dust and you get absorbed by the earth. For science people. For religious people, you make your way to whatever heaven you have. Or hell, depending how fucked up you were as a person. I gotta not piss off both sides. I gotta play both. I say one wrong thing on one side, they cancel me. I say the other wrong thing, they cancel me. If I say both wrong things, that's dueling cancels. One group's gotta take me. I can't be by myself here. People will probably praise the depart, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's at 0. He has transcended. He is a god. Kinzo is a god. He will never die. Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling. It also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew. Tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest, and he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seeked an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles and numbers as the basis of his magic power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction churning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens they would be sublimated into results. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Are you dying, Kinzo? That lightning flashed and he went, "Oh, I'm dying." Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for. Yeah, you might actually die. Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed. "It is I, your god, the transcended being, for I shall reach 24. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Sorry, when my stream elements flashes black like every few seconds, I'm looking to make sure it's still live and recording. So if you see me stop reading, it's probably because I'm checking to make sure it didn't do anything weird. I don't know why it's doing it. Probably because I updated it recently. That's probably what did it. Okay, I read that. Has she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring for George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this. I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. He is reaching his final transcendence. He is reaching the number 25! a bigger number than 24.
自分で儀式を起こしてみて都合のいい話さ。
大田に気取られぬよう裏から入る。足音に気をつけ。
はい。
Okay, this is suspicious as fuck.
姉さんは賑やかだから。
Cannon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family, these servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Cannon and Genji, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door and the three of them entered the mansion. Goda, you in here? Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual.
源氏様。
急ぐぞ。
That sensation made it feel as though tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison particular to Kinzo's study reached their noses.
いかがなさいましたか、源氏様。
He never pours it for himself.
死んでいる。
Ooh! The barrier? After hearing Cannon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, a powerful ward against magic, the final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred.
親方様、源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノ、背中を守れ。カノン、室内を探れ。
はい。
Cannon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるはずです。ですが、静かすぎます。
ご無事だということか。
いいえ、静かがすぎます。
まさか、そんな。
He killed himself.
親方様。
He was reaching 25 and couldn't handle the power. He dropped dead. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been opened even for humans.
失礼いたします。
So the monkey has magic powers. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, Cannon's sense of tension grew tighter. As Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him and again bowed deeply. Cannon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか。
So, Beatrice, before you show your face in front of me, I'm just gonna ask one question. Why, in the first one, she probably did, to be honest, why appear in front of Kinzo? Just why? He literally locked you up. Do you have that much love for this man? Are you that horny for Kinzo? If I hit space and it doesn't say Beatrice, I'm literally gonna like flip out, but I need to throw away something, so I'll be at a far distance to not hit space. And now I'm walking back. Now I'm sitting down, and I hit space. Oh wow, big surprise, it's fucking Beatrice! Get out of here. Just leave. Just go. Wait, excuse me, I have one question. How the fuck do you know Renov? Wait. Hold on. I can't see a feasible way for him to know Renov. Yeah, fuck it. I guess he just knows. I guess furniture knows furniture? I guess that's the best explanation for it. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Ken and Shannon would never imagine that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. Yeah, the best characters here! Or at least best supernatural characters here! Yeah, now he does... Yeah, and there are no more than 18 humans on Rakijima. Well, obviously, it's because he's not a human. That's the problem. They say 18 humans, so that you believe that Beatrice and Renov are some sort of being transcended beyond human. So it's like, and it's not even that. It's the fact that when would he have met Renov? Because when Beatrice was on Rakijima, she was no technical witch. If we think about it that way. And then she died. But if she died, and she didn't appear in front of anybody, I'm assuming that she didn't just appear in front of Genji, went, yeah, Genji, this is Renov, and then she disappeared. I'm assuming that didn't happen. Because I feel like Genji would have mentioned it to Kinzo or some shit. Oh, no, I could just be wrong. But all I know is that Renov is here. It has been saved. Beatrice can just exist now because at least we have the person that should be main villain. When'd you meet? Give me the exact date. That is what I need. They're brothers. They're furniture brothers. When'd you meet Shannon? When'd you meet Shannon? This has to be like an orphanage thing, because Shannon and Cannon are from the orphanage. Renov runs the orphanage. And the drugs have kicked in. I guess not. So he was around before Cannon showed up. When the fuck did you meet? That is my question. Tell me a date, please. The tense color didn't disappear from Cannon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. No, he's actually pretty chill. He's actually, like, top tier. Like, he's pretty chill. I need exact date when you met. That is my next question, Beatrice. So in red, can you tell me when Renov would have met all the servants except for Cannon? Because I'm assuming he knows Kumasawa. She's probably been around there since the fucking 1600s. He definitely knows her. Yeah, you definitely can say that one. Yeah, you can definitely say that one. Beatrice openly sneered at Cannon's hate-filled face. Then Cannon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table, but Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish?
親方様。
わらわが金蔵に伝えたのは2つ。良い知らせと悪い知らせだった。良い知らせは、儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得た。
Isn't that right now? Okay. What the fuck?
嘘をつけ。もてあそんで殺しているくせに。
よして、カノン君。
So it's not cross-dressing Genji because he's in the room. That still doesn't discredit somebody, but I feel like Kinzo would know if this person was disguising themselves or not. At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already.
これもまた一興か。
わらわもだ。そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれど、もはや恩衆を超える。楽しかったぞ。退屈しない数十年であった。
Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move, and that decided it. By him losing a damn chess game? So I figured out what's happening with my Streamlabs. Every time I hit the auto button, it flashes that black. It like refreshes or something, so... Kinsey... Kinsey? You're a fucking genius. Actually, I didn't even fucking think of that. Because I don't... That's the problem, is I gotta think of the servants as furniture. Holy shit! I'm not thinking that the... Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm writing down the 18 right now, excluding the furniture. Okay, so Kinzo. We're gonna write down... fucking numbers. In fact, you know what? No, fuck that. Where's the... Give me the characters. That is fucking genius. Get out of here. I don't want to see the one that likes punishment. Is that the one, or... No, which one? I don't know. One of them is like a masochist or likes making people masochists. Anyway, alright. So, human number 1, Kinzo. I'm writing this shit down. That, holy fuck, that is a fucking revelation. Human 1, Kinzo. I'm gonna specifically write down humans. Cause holy fuck, Beatrice doesn't count certain people as furniture. or as humans. Man, I'm too busy thinking of this like I'm thinking about it. I gotta think like Beatrice. I gotta know my enemy and myself, and I will win every battle. Kraus. Human 3. Natsuhi. Human 4. Jessica. Human 5. A human Beatrice. You know what? We'll go with who we know. We'll go with Ava. Human 5, Ava. Human 6, Hideyoshi. Human 7, George. Better known as Jorge. Human 8, Rudolph. The red-nosed reindeer. Human 9, Kyrie. Human 10, I'm not even gonna say his name because he's a dumb bastard. $11 would be Nanjo. $12, Rosa. 13, Maria. 14, now. That would be Goda. 15 would be Kumasawa. Now, simply for the sole fact that Shannon has gained a heart and love, she is not furniture anymore. So Shannon, which conveniently leaves 2 spots open for one Renove and one arrival of Beatrice. We're back in business, boys. The theory still stands. Beatrice and Renove are the culprits. Thank you to Ozzy for reminding me that Beatrice is the person saying the red truths, which means that it's Beatrice's perspective and not mine. Genji and Kanon aren't humans. Badly has seen both of them many times. Are you saying they're supernatural beings then? Isn't that admitting magic is real? No, I'm not. Because when I look at my desk and call it furniture, I'm not calling it human, am I? I'm not calling it human. This is Beatrice we're talking about. She has called them multiple times, you are not a person, you are furniture. So why the fuck would she count furnitures as humans then? I'm going off of what she's thinking. That's what I'm going off of. My theory still stands. In the sole fact that she is not counting Genji and Kanon as people, then they aren't humans in her eyes. They are furniture. Furniture does not equal human. Furniture is an object. Human is a being with sentience. My logic stands. My logic stands. For now. Until she says some shit an hour down the line and I just go, I don't fucking know anymore. But for now, that's one of the theories. We have 4 going on right now. 1, a monkey did it. 2, Badler's the fucker who did it, because Tyler's 7th. 3, it's somebody that I'm not naming yet. And 4, Beatrice and Renault are humans, because Genji and Kanon don't count, since Beatrice wants to say they're furniture and start saying some shit like there are 18 humans on Rakajima. You know what, Beatrice? I have a question for you now. New red question. Do you count Genji and Kanon as humans? If Badler would just ask that question, that would prove fucking everything. Right then and there. Because then it would be like, yo, then who the fuck are the other 2? Oh wait, it has to be this one motherfucker and you. It literally... Like, I know that goes against what Renova's saying. She's not going to checkmate herself. But still. That's the question you need to ask. Kenzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he succeeded in a century-long plan. And the fact of the matter still stands that this makes sense because Genji, Kanon, and Shannon are seeing 2 people who are Renault and Beatrice. But looks like them. And aren't actually the witches. / warlocks, / demons, / supernatural fuckers. I'm correct. Thumbnail. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. So is he the witch then, because we're fucking burning him? But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Okay, I'm putting up a cross now. Those flames became a brilliant light. I'm protecting myself. I don't want no demon. Which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And, for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time. Kenzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. She literally burned him alive. She literally... Wow. Alright. Nice job, human Beatrice. You doused a man in fucking gasoline and lit him on fire. Afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. Gasoline and fuel accelerant. How are you not vomiting? I know of a fitting way for you to die. I'm gonna put your head up your own ass, because that's where it seems like it is.
すっかり怯えさせてしまいましたね。
No, because you just murdered somebody in fucking front of them. Beatrice grinned. Cannon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノベアトリーチェ様の御前で
Oh, shut up!
言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
ああ、構わぬぞ、源氏。好きに言わせてやれ。わらわは
Kanan?
寛大である。
I want you to walk up to Genji, grab his dick, and twist it.
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大である。
So you're just gonna kill all of them now? What? Cannon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. But that's only 4. Are you and Renov a part of the 2? Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first Twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here. Alright, see ya, Cannon. It was nice.
そなたらがここに訪れたから生贄に選ばれるのではない。
Never mind, Cannon. I guess you get to
生贄
stay.
に選ばれているからこそ、ここに呼ばれているんじゃないか。
Alright, never mind. See ya, Cannon. It was not nice. Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first Twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
それがお望みですか。
Huh.
感謝せよ、家具ども。
See? Not human furniture right there.
苦難の日々は今宵ようやく終わりを迎え
There's no way that she's thinking of them as human. There's no way. There's no way.
かしこまりました。それをお望みでした。
And if not, I have somebody on... And if not, I have 2 people going on 2 different burners at the same time. Genji agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後は
And trust me right now, I can switch if need be. If Beatrice said some shit that I can't prove immediately, we're gonna switch them. One's sitting, waiting to cook. The other one's cooking right now. And as soon as something happens, bam, put that on a hot plate to keep it warm, start cooking the other one. And when I need to switch them again, flip them once again.
その求めに応じるのは我らの最後の務め。シャノ、カノ、今日までよく仕えた。その労苦もこれにて終わりだ。源氏はさすがですね。
He's got some bass in his
同
voice.
じ家具として
Somehow.
誇りに思いますよ。シャノ、異論はないか。
Wait, so hold on.
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られたそうな。それでもなお未練はないか。
Fuck! My theory's wrong. Because if I'm thinking about Beatrice doesn't count furniture as humans, she wouldn't count Renov. Alright, fuck it, we're throwing out the thing that was just cooking. It's gone. We threw it in the trash. I burnt that fucker. That's what happened. I burnt the shit out of it. It's not edible anymore. Wow, I somehow disproved my own theory while forming the theory and didn't even realize it.
家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。指輪を頂戴しただけで、私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. Then I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face.
したようですね。
惚れた男と夜も共にできず、少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。退屈な女よ。
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。私たちの命をご所望でしたらどうぞお受け取りください。私たちは謹んでそのお務めを全うします。
それでいい。よくぞ言った。ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
最近こやつめはだいぶ達観しよった。
No, what I'm trying to figure out is who the fuck could do it. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck could do it. Right now, nobody fits that fucking bill out of the 18. Because it's just wrong. It's just wrong. The person I think it is can't be here because Renault's bitch ass decides to be here. Renault existing in this just ruined everything, actually. It just ruined everything I had going for a theory. Him existing just fucked it all up. I don't even want to fucking look at him anymore. Renault, I take back my clap. I take back my clap for you.
どうも前回いじめすぎたようだ。それを言ったらバトラもか。わらわはまだぬるいのか？それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか？いずれにせよ面白みのないやつよ。しかしお前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな。カノン君。
Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish in Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise, after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch.
カノン、わらわは退屈を何より嫌う。そしてお前を除く二人が素直に死を受け入れるもので面白くない。だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ。
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two the only way he could strike back at her?
煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファー。いでよ。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
カノン、家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ。そなたがいくら怒りに駆られようとも、勝算のない戦いでは希望も持てまい。無論、勝ち目のない戦いでは、わらわも退屈というもの。ならば、家具は家具。家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか。それならば、
That thunder was put there in hopes of it being like, oh my god, big shock.
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様、私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなことがありましょうか？こんな可愛い子に私が万一にも負けるようなことなど。
我が家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ってみせよ。見事打ち破ってみせたなら、そうだな。13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人を、そなたに自由に決めさせてやろう。そなたの推薦する5人を、わらわは無条件にて黄金鏡に迎え入れる。そ それならばどうか。
Canon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Canon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land, and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
そなたは家具は嫌だと泣いたな。そなたの望み叶えてやろうぞ。枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。
She's proving my theory, but my theory doesn't work with Renault.
すればジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。おお、ちょうどよい。黄金鏡へ招ける5人にジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば、さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを加えればよい。義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。おお、これで5人だ。十分ではないか、カノン。これだけのご褒美があれば。
How about I just choose myself and
そなた
Jessica?
はわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
どうせ戯れよ。耳を貸す必要はない。
I'm taking the bet.
嫌だ。姉さんはそれでいいの？
Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those
僕
words.
は嫌だ。幸せになりたい。家具なんてもう嫌だ。人間になって普通の恋がしたい。僕も姉さんのように海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
若いですね。羨ましい。
だから若者は好きなのだ。源氏、シャノンは下がれ。
Chris Hansen, get your ass back in here. Beatrice is saying some sketchy shit.
仰せのままに。
気に入らないわ。ベアトリーチェ様は無理でも私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが最高に気に入らないわ。
That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself.
恋、魔女の家具。いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Why are we in like the Amazon rainforest with this music? Fuck, I'm gonna get like epilepsy from this shit.
さあさバトラー。
What? What do you want now?
偽物の時間であるぞ。
Does Genji and Canon count as furniture, as not what human? I don't give a fuck about these energy sword duels. At this point, they just exist. They just happen.
ほらほら、目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。
My fucking drug theory is gone.
ほらほら。
She didn't release the butterflies.
魔法だよ。家具だよ。そなたがどんなに
Again,
力はや魔法の存在
Badler, you need to ask that fucking question.
ほらほらほらほらほらほら。こうして目の
I don't give a fuck what question you're gonna ask. You need to ask if Genji and Canon count as furniture. Or does furniture, or no, not that.
もう思考なんて止めちまえよ。
If,
魔
fuck.
法はあるんだって。
Look, you need to shut up. I'm trying to think, lady, okay? You need to ask her if Genji and Canon count as humans, / if furniture count as human. Because that'll prove my whole fucking thing. That'll prove it all. Still, that will prove it.
目を閉じるなよ。
があからさまにやられちまったらなんだっていやいいんだ。クソクソクソクソ。
ほーら、目を背けるなよ。しっかり見ろよ。魔法はあるんだよ。ファンタジーなんだよ。推理ごっことかやめちまえよ。知ってんだよ。ものを考えんの本当は苦手なんだろ。やめちまえやめちまえ。ほらほら、どうせファンタジー、どうせファンタジー。
うるせえうるせえうるせえ。俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ。
Like, what? What? Huh?
こいつ意地になっちゃって。私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたことを今すぐ床に這いつくばって謝ってごらんなさい。
What the fuck?
そうしたら
Hold on.
特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
Hold on a second. The fuck was that? Did you guys hear anything? I'm honest to God, I heard something. Like, actually. The fuck? I had my headphone off, itching my ear, and I fucking heard some shit. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm tired of this ghost bit that happens every time. Half the time it's just my eyes playing tricks on me, but sometimes there's always that one thing that happens that I'm like, okay, hold up now. Nobody's down here. It's just me. It must be my chair settling or something. Oh no, something must have like settled or something. So I don't know, this game might be hiding it. This game might be hiding something like settling. Or somebody could have like walked upstairs or something. I don't know. I don't think anybody has gone to bed yet. They go to bed at like at 10. It's like 9. So it should be up still. So there. That must have been it. That must have been it. All right. Now that I'm kind of freaked out, I guess we continue. I was about to say that sounds fun. The fuck is wrong with me? I swear, the stream elements is freaking me out too. Well, no, maybe a simp for Lucifer. Speaking of simping, hold on. Speaking of simping, because Amaranth is just always fucking recommended to me, and I know I'm mentioning her again for the first time in a fucking while. I clicked on Twitch to change the title and everything, and she's playing fucking Valorant. I saw that, I went, holy shit, she actually does something different than a hot tub stream? Or ASMR? She plays fucking Valorant? That shocked the shit out of me. I look, I'm like, what the fuck? Amaranth playing Valorant? That can't happen. So, I guess that's the latest in the simp saga of Sean Tyler. But no, I am not simping for Beatrice. If anything, I'm simping for... I'm not gonna say that. That goes against my religious beliefs at this point. I'm not gonna say I'm simping. I'm not gonna outright say, without saying I don't mean it, simping for Lucifer. I do not mean that. Like, actually. That goes against what I fucking actually kind of believe in. So, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna be done. We're gonna be done. That's it. We're done. Get the fuck off my screen, please.
怖を感じないその目。
My question is, did 343 make this game? There's a lot of energy swords. I've seen that jumping animation like 10 times now. And this animation about 250. I don't even have water near me.
サタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
Did you just really pronounce it Satan?
恐ろしいのです。たまに魔女にまでなり、悪魔を羊扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
わらわはどちらを応援すればよいというのか。
Canon, because he won't make you bored.
こいつ、私と互角に渡り合うというの？
This is essentially just anime now. This isn't even a mystery story. It's like, he's on par with me. That's impossible.
私がこの煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーを刺して決して勝てないと？こんな。
I'm gonna go grab my water bottle that's like around the corner. Thank God I decided to leave while it was doing the ching 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 ching. Water bottle has been grabbed. Is she dead? Did we kill one of them? No. The finishing move! Canon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans, the power of the heart. Dude, this is just a fucking anime now. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Canon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat just beneath the tip of her chin.
何よこれ。
Death.
この私がこんなの。何かの間違いよ。
But no matter how much she believed her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. Yeah, I don't fucking know. We need to ask. Well, not yet. Technically. What the fuck? That theory literally got burned as soon as I started talking about it. Like, actually. It literally got burned. I mentioned it, and then I just took a lighter and burned the page. That literally is... What? Fuck my... You know what? Fuck my theories. I'm just gonna play this game now. I'm fucking done forming theories. I'm using too much brain power on this shit. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. Whoever furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid. I'm not furniture anymore. I'm a human. She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room.
ったわよ。お前の心臓を一撃で貫いてやるよ。ぶっすりざっくり貫いて、真っ赤な血の噴水を天井にまで届かせてやるよ。死ねー。
カノン君。
Jump in front of him, Shannon! Take the bullet! After flying about wildly for some time with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Canon's heart. She could tell that it was Canon's blood by the sweet taste of it, but she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. He fucking blocked it.
これだから人間は恐ろしい。紅茶はいかがですかな。
今はよい。紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
カノン君。
おごったな。だからお前は僕に勝てないんだ。
The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Canon's blood, but it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Canon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. So what you're telling me is that this whole time, anybody could have just put their hand where the thing was gonna pierce, and it wouldn't have done shit? Whoo, alright, yeah, whoo, alright. I'm gonna wait until the very end of this game to give my thoughts on everything about it, so we're just gonna have to wait until then, aren't we? Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her, in her pride she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Canon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon's stake, sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big he could clearly see through to the other side. Canon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Canon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Canon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight and already been decided. Canon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Canon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat.
お見事ですよ、カノン。あなたの奮闘により、金蔵の研究の正しさが一つ実証されました。
Rodolphe was clapping his hands. Duquesne had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close. Renault's applause only felt like mockery. Kevin, I wish we were back at the first episode level shit. I don't give a fuck about people fighting with energy swords. I actually want to go back to the first episode where literally it was just a mystery and shit was happening and they're like, what the fuck do we do about it? That's a way better thing.
人の心はあらゆる可能性を秘めるか。いやはやこれだから人間は恐ろしい。あっぱれであるぞカノン。そなたは生
My statement still stands. I would have dropped this if this was a show by now.
大丈夫？カノン君。
Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
見事であるぞカノン。実に見事である。わらわも少しは番狂わせを期待した。それを裏切らぬとは、そなたは誠に素晴らしき家具であるぞ。見直した。正直見直したぞ。
約束を忘れてはいないだろうな、ベアトリーチェ。
Never make a promise with a witch.
もちろん忘れてはおらぬ。魔女も悪魔も非道ではある。だがしかし、契約に限っては人間など及ばぬほどに高潔だ。わらわは保護にはせぬ。そなたが勝利したなら、13人の生贄を逃れることができる5人を自由に決める権利を保証した。ベアトリーチェ様、私はまだ破れたわけでは。
How'd she string her up on the chandelier? When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree. Does that happen a lot?
さすがにやりすぎでは。
それもそうであるな。許してやるか。
Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So as a horribly natural result, this time she fell, probably back onto the floor.
ベアトリーチェ様、お許しを。
何を怯えておるか。わらはもはや許したぞ。さてカノン、続けようではないか。
何をだ、まさか彼女にとどめを刺せとでも言うつもりなのか。
ああ、違う違う。まだ終わっちゃいないだろうが。
何をだ、はぐらかすな。
わらわは確かにそなたと約束したぞ。わらわの家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ったならとな。さあさあおいでなさい、煉獄の七杭。不甲斐なき長女の6人の妹たち。
The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here after Canon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. Can you just kill Canon already? Like, actually, this is what you want to do, Beatrice. Just fucking kill him. Like, actually, why even bring one out? Just bring all 7 out and they can gang attack him. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on an even footing.
お姉様、どうして床に這いつくばってるの？お前たち。
だからお姉様はダメなのよ。長女を偉そうに名乗るくせに上っ面だけなのよ。まったくルシファーお姉様一人の集体が私たちへの評価を下げるのよ。恥を知りなさいな、この未熟者が。
カロンくん、すごいすごい。でもいい気にならないことよ。ルシファーお姉
Just punch her. Cannon, come on, take the first fucking shot, dude. You're about to get attacked by 6 people at once. You need to start throwing hands. I'm sorry, but they're busy talking. I'm just running up. Bah, 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 bah. I'm throwing hands. I'm throwing elbows. I'm throwing knees, feet. I'm throwing my shoe at one of them.
私たちはお姉様のプライドを尊重してそのボロボロの体で再び挑むのを期待して手出しをしないつもりなんだけれどでもカノン君は強いわよね今のお姉様じゃもうどうあがいても勝ち目はないわよねお前たちやれやれいつも賑やかな姉妹たちであるな今は仲違いをしている場合かそなたらは7人揃ってこその煉獄の7姉妹であろうが仲良くしてわらわの仕事を遂行せよ
Why don't you bring only one out in the beginning? Beatrice, you can avoid playing with people for the sake of my free time.
私たち妹の力が借りたいのよ言ってよお姉様の口から助けを求める言葉が聞きたいの私はこれ以上苦労する気か愚かで気弱で見苦しくて情けないこの長女のルシファーを
You all almost look the fucking same. Throwing ugly in there insults yourself.
ねえ聞かせてよそれを聞かせてくれたら助けてあげるそれでいいわよねみんなお前たちおのれ
The 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Cannon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it.
私がそのようなことを口にできるものか早くせよどうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ早く7姉妹にてカノンを撃て
Now you're worried about quickness.
どうしましたかルシファーお嬢様の命令ですよ
ひどい
After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request.
愚かでひ弱で見苦しくて情けない情けないこの長女ルシファーをどうか
The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying, and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly.
ちょっと泣いてごまかさないでまだいいっつってないもう十分だろうさあ姉妹たち我らの力を見せてやろう私は全部聞かなきゃ満足しないわよほらほらお姉様続けてよもう十分よさあこの屈辱は姉妹全員の屈辱生かして返しはしないわよさて哀れな家具をどのように遊んでやろうかしら素敵な提案はあるベルゼは仲良く7人でカノン君を分けっこしたらいいと思います良い提案だなそれでなら姉妹でみんな仲良しなら私頭部ね手足はあんたらにあげるわやだやだダメ私が頭なのそんな約束意味があるわけないでしょ早い者勝ちに決まってるわどんな殺され方がいいか考
カノン君に提案があったら教えてね。
Just fucking do it then, bitch.
とびっきりの殺し方をしてあげる。
I get Cannon just needs to start running up and swinging. I don't care how big of a hole he got in his hand.
ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。
Put their hand in your whole hand, and you can start swinging them around.
行くよお前たち。
The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would generally follow their master's order. Take Cannon down, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shayna dashed up behind him, holding onto him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Cannon.
何？ずるい。あんたは関係ないでしょ。
きっとこれはあれよ。私たちと一緒に遊びたいのよ。
なら私がもらうわ。いっただき。ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても？ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。お前たちの悪事記にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。ありがたき幸せ。さあ、シャシャリ出てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして、混ぜて混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
バカね。それよりあの結界を破る方が先でしょうが。食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
はい、お姉さん。
As a horribly natural first action, 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust by touching it, and it was firm like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to saw or hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a saw, no, a chainsaw by now. What the fuck? As Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limit sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely.
シャシャリでなければ眠るような死を与えてやったのに。なぜわざわざ七姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。死は同じではないぞ。苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
どうぞ、お好きなように。あなたがしたいことを好きにするように、私もしたいことを好きにしたまでです。
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。
達してしまった後の女はさながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしか。そなたにはもう飽きた。
ありがとう。魔女から聞ける言葉で最も嬉しい言葉です。
ならせめて最後にわらを思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。七姉妹よ、聞こえたな。シャノンの殺し方、お前たちの残虐の限りを見せてみよ。
シャノン。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様の高みには至れませんでした。
姉さんはバカだ。僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うこと。
She was gonna fucking die anyway.
いいの。ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられたあなたをかばって姉として生きられた私の生はすべてこれで未練なく全うした。
イライラするぜ。その達観が本当にイラつくぜ。だから家具なんだよ。お前からは人間の匂いがしねえんだよ。わらわを見ろよ。わらわこそ人間だろうが。家具のくせにわらわよりも完成されたかのような達観したかのようなことを言うんじゃねえ。
醜い。
I think I'm just tired of this shit. Does that confirm or deny my theory? I don't fucking know.
その未練があなたの正体なの。
未練じゃねえ。それが生きるってもんだ。指輪もらったから死んでもいいとか。理解できねえ。さっぱりがっかり愕然呆然。全然ダメだぜ。
お嬢様、少し品がないかと。
うるさいわ家具が。シャノン、楽に死なせてもらえると思うなよ。舌を噛むなら今のうちだ。
哀れね。もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映ってそれが見えるなら己が醜さにおののくといい。
安心しろよ。てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Don't worry. I don't care anymore. I honestly don't. I'm using way too much fucking brain power for this shit. I don't have enough brain power to even deal with puzzles in normal games. There's no way I'm doing it here. Then Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
源氏様。はい、ありがとうございます、源氏様。
After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red fresh blood oozed out of there. This isn't fucking explainable. This just isn't. Like, actually, I don't care who the fuck you are. This isn't explainable. This is why I'm not fucking going to try to explain anything. It's just not. It only happened for the first instant and was all shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping, and she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the seven sisters stunned. Only Renault wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor.
よく頑張った。お前ももう休むといい。
ありがとうございます。ケンジ様。
Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightest of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
何よそれ。つまらぬやつ。生命の風船は針にてつき、威勢よく割るから面白いのだろうが。
見事です、源氏。それでこそ家具です。ありがとうございます。それではベアトリーチェ様、ロノエ様、これをもって私の最後のお務めとし、おいとまをさせていただきます。
わらわの楽しみを勝手に奪いおって、この二人をギッタギタのぐっちゃぐちゃにしたかった分、そなたがそれを変わるのであろうな。
Beatrice faced him with his... Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression. Renault spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
ご苦労でした。あなたは私の最高のしもべです。これまでの労をねぎらうに値する安らかな眠りを、あなたへの最後の褒美として取らせましょう。
おい、勝手な真似を。
When Renault snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Kanon.
なんだよ、ロノウェ。拍子抜けでつまらぬぞ。
お嬢様は偉大なる大魔女ではございませんか。この程度気に留めるほどにもございませんよ。シャノンごときの挑発で頭に血を上らせるなどらしくもない。
What was it that Beatrice... What was it that Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Renault laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity in a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. 7 sisters disappeared in ecstasy. Oh, Stone Cold don't know what the fuck going on. Goda was doing the nighttime rounds. Rakijima had always been empty except for the Ushiromiya family household, so checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since the time Natsuki had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsuki had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. So what the fuck actually happened in that scene? I don't know, you tell me. So people fucking died. There you go, that's what happened. Somebody killed them. Other than that, I got no fucking clue. However, when that created a little too much... Here's what happened. They did the fucking Who Christmas Carol. However, when they created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsu's ears, she made a fuss thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them check throughout the mansion. Because all of that panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace, even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, even at the place I work at. There's a ghost there. Actually. There had been plenty of them, so when he had heard about the story on this island, he'd given a forced smile thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he'd figured that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart he assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is. I fucking hate what my stream elements is doing. He could understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed. Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together as though he was at a Shinto shrine. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Is that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. How big are your fucking cockroaches that they're knocking around a dish? A mouse I can get, but a fucking cockroach? No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been, Goda entered the kitchen. Oh, some white motherfucker, dude. That's some white people shit. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank, 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 clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out, just as he thought. But the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, tapped a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clinking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped, but the fact that it stopped when he'd hit it was even more eerie and made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Except when it involves this fucking game, it seems. In real life, yes. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical.
そら正体を見せてみろ。そら
He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined.
そりゃ当然です。中に何もいるわけがない。
There's no way there could have been it. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubt as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem, decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine, it won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clank. Clank, 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 clank. Nani? Clank. Clank, 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 clank. Clank, 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 clank. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. It grew even stronger so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. Man, damn, that pot really had a hopping scene, but it fell off. And from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots one after another, and another, and another. Who are you, DJ Khaled? I'm not assuming witch, I'm assuming ghost at this point. But the number of arms grew to 7. A loud shrill laughter split the air. Ah, it's these fuckers. At least there's butterflies this time, so drugs could technically be involved.
これほどの美味しいお料理を作れる人がこんな小物なんて本当にがっかり。
あんたいらないんなら私がもらうわ。いっただき。
ちょっとダメだってば。
私がもらうんだから。
Goda, get the fuck out of there. Don't stand there while they're talking. Sprint, my guy. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? Hee. First one wins, right? Come on, search, find her, Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house, but she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her. Surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die! What? I'm stone cold confused now. What? Was she like a Mr. Miyagi type motherfucker? What? Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna not have the notebook get open anymore. That shit's getting close. I'll go there. Fuck it. I don't understand why. Why does she have powers out of anybody? For one main reason of she doesn't have that fucking symbol. So why the fuck would they give her powers?
やんちゃなお嬢さんたちだこと。あの子のお友達かしら。
何こいつ、ババアのくせに。何かの間違いよ。もう一度。こいつどうして私たちを防げるの？どいて！もう一度よ！
何度やっても無駄だ。この個人できる。
私はあの子を待っているのです。どうか呼んできてはくれませんか？
そのようなデッチ暴行、私たちがすると思う？その必要は。
Oh, fuck off. Please. Please.
私が権限するほどでございます。必ずやお目覚めと思いました。
What do you mean awaken? What the fuck? Are you the Pillar Men?
本当に久しぶりです。
こいつロノウェ様を呼びつけに。
そしてあなたもお久しぶりですね、ベアトリーチェ。
こいつベアトリーチェ様までも。
Who are you, old hag?
よい、そのお方をどなたと心得る？ベアトリーチェとはそもそもそのお方。
Huh? What? Wait, what? 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 Huh? Excuse, what? Huh? What? Huh? What?
仙台ベアトリーチェ教だ。
仙台ベアトリーチェ教。
The fuck? I'm done. I need to. I'm done. I'm leaving. No. I ain't doing this. I don't care about that first scene. You ain't gonna tell me that this motherfucker, that this bitch is First Beatrice. I grabbed food because fuck it. Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Instead, there is another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa. Yeah, I'm done making theories. Fuck it, I'm done. No, I'm done.
再びお会いできる日が訪れるとは夢にも思いませんでした。ええ、私もですよ。よもやまた眠りを妨げられるとは夢にも思いませんでした。まったく厄介なところでお目覚めになられる。いつもの通りお休みであられたなら、第一の晩を何も手こずることなく終えられるのに。いや、むしろ歓迎すべきですかね。少々退屈しておりましたところで。相変わらず悪趣味な遊び。
My brain already hurts.
もて遊んでいるようですね。無限の魔女の力は決して人に迷惑をかけることに使ってはならないと何度も教えたはずですよ。そう言うなよ、お師匠様。退屈は私たちの天敵じゃありませんか。それから逃れるためのちょっとしたスパイスに過ぎませんよ。侵食が進めば進むほどわらわの力は強くなり、わらわの眷属は呼び出しやすくなる。しかしそれは同時にお師匠様の封印を解くことにもつながったとはな。それを予見していたからこそ、私はこうしてあなたのすぐ近くで眠りについたのですよ。願わくは二度と起こされぬことを夢見ながら、こうしてあなたと再会してしまったのは私にとってはとても悲しいことです。相変わらずお師匠様は食えないな。炉の上、家具の子たちを下げなさい。家具は主に仕えるだけです。すべての罪は主が背負います。
かしこまりました。マダム・ベアトリーチェ。
その名はもうその子に譲りました。さあ、下がりなさい。家具の娘たち。私は一度聞かぬとしても無言に。しかし、三度目は口にしませんよ。
下がりなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。巻き添いになれば塵と化します。
下がれ、みんな。
Renov and the seven sisters retreated. That's what it said. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter. And the teacher Beatrice who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
さて、お師匠様。久しぶりの再会にはどんなお茶のご用意が良いかな。そうですね。ほうき星の訪れよりも久しい再会です。もてなしてもらいましょうか。粗相があるようならば、我が名と無限の魔女の称号返してもらいますよ。無限の魔女にも免許更新制度があったとはな。仰せのままに、お師匠様。あなたの弟子がどれほど立派になったか、そしてとっくの昔にどれほどあなたを凌駕したか、とくとご覧に入れましょう。
The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. Sorry, I'm taking in the scene here. Let me take a quick glimpse of what... no. This ain't a decent image. This ain't a decent Okay. Hold on. I just heard something again. I think. It was probably just me hearing what's going on right now. Because I didn't have the headphones off. It wasn't loud. It wasn't as loud as last time. So, I think we're good. As they watched, the seven sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now. They're gonna have a big anime fight. Teacher versus student.
さあいらっしゃいベアトリーチェあなたにその名を譲ったことが私の生涯でただ一度の後悔ですその過ちを今自らの手で修正しましょうそりゃあ違うぜお師匠様わらわのただ一度の過ちはこの程度の力を学ぶのにあんたに弟子入りしちまったことだぜなんだ魔法何が無限の魔女だこんなの気づくだけの力じゃねえかよそれをもったいぶって偉そうによお前の出番はとっくに終わってんだよお師匠様よ
I feel like I'm just watching an anime and not, like, saying anything about it. I feel like I'm a big Twitch streamer right now who's just doing reaction content and killing Twitch.
もう訳がわからねえ一体目の前で何が起こってんだ
かわいそう私の弟子が迷惑をかけています謝ります
Yeah, I don't even think that's true. I'm not even a big Twitch streamer in my heart.
熊沢のばあちゃんだどうしてこんな姉ちゃんに化けるんだつうかあんた誰だよ訳がわからねえこれは何の特撮なんだ俺は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだ
私はあの子の魔女の師匠ですかつての名はベアトリーチェあの子が私を継ぐときにその名を送ったため
Then name yourself something else. It's called the name. What do I call you? What noise do I make?
あんたの弟子のせいで大いに迷惑しているぜ頼むから責任取って何とかしてくれじゃなくて俺はこんなの信じねえぞ魔女も魔法もあるもんかこんなめちゃくちゃバトル俺は認めねえぞくそったれ俺は何を信じりゃいいんだ
Say that Van Gogh hated his own work. Well, I don't hate my own work. I think my shit is great.
とても短気なもてなしですね
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just gotta become a spiteful artist.
さすがお師匠様この程度じ
A
ゃ
spiteful artist who's like, this shit sucks. I can't make anything good.
島ごとぶっ壊す気でなきゃ無理らしいぜ
I swear I'm gonna punch stream elements right now. It keeps on doing that fucking... Why? What the fuck am I looking at now? In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden. On either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 marut tall, and each had over 360 ports. The sword is probably related to a fictional unit of length from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, which seems to be about 1 meter long. What the fuck is that? If I can fucking spell it. It's not even 2 A's, it's an umlaut. What the fuck? I had never heard of this movie, but Shia LaBeouf, Patrick Stewart, and Mark Hamill are all voice acting in it. Okay, foundation of Studio Ghibli, that's why. I was like, the production company isn't Studio Ghibli, but I scrolled down and a review says it's Studio Ghibli. Or the foundation of it. Yeah. Production company is really top craft. But no, I saw those voice actors. I'm like, what the fuck? That's like, I was thinking that's like Studio Ghibli probably level voice actors. Never seen a Studio Ghibli movie, probably never will. Too much shit to watch in general. There were war towers of the gods' army corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive 2-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. With the 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. I have to avoid making jokes. Over 720 ports opened on the towers, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas. My Chemical Romance? The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower. Look, this shit is dumb. That's all I'm gonna say. Can we go back to how episode 1 was, please? That looked like a stock footage explosion. As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was the spear's certain victory that none could escape.
無用の双子塔ですね。
There's a joke there. Editor, add in the joke if you choose to make it, but if you do, prepare to get fucking canceled.
自ら左右の退路を断つとは愚かしい。一本の槍をもお前は防げない。
When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision. You could have just said the center. As she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning.
こんなところでグングニルが弾けるとは。やっぱりお師匠様はすげえな。はぜろ、役立たずの塔。いでよ、巨人兵の戦列よ。その盾と胸で神なる槍を防ぎきれ。
The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 marut into the sky, and they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle not only from arrows but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
愚かな。神聖への敬いを忘れた魔女の哀れなことです。神の槍を巨人ごときで防げるとお思いですか。
道理ですね。人間の金属でいくら武装しようとも神の槍は防げません。マダムの見事なエポレットメイトです。
そんなベアトリーチェ様。
もちろん忘れませんともお師匠様。さあさあおいでなさい。ヘパイストスと弟子
Not Hephaestus!
我にふさわしき盾を与えたまえ。
A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaves, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis shield. When the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield, there was a terrible thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and around and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun.
ありえない。真相を防いだ。
いいえ、違います。神なる槍が避けたのです。絶対の槍と絶対の盾は争ってはいけないのが神々の掟。それはつまり防いだのと同じことですがね。
このような荒事ばかり腕を上げましたね。むしろお師匠様はこういうお遊びが相変わらず苦手なようで。わらわからのお返しだ。法典にのっとり、槍には槍でお返ししましょうぞ。
What spear you got? The giant soldier battle line, which had finally blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose, and the 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30 and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7 giants, and all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern. And then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. The spear is coming back. It was the figure of her teacher holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line. Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more. It's just a straight, like, I'm reading a fucking shonen manga. That's what it is. It's like I'm watching literally a Japanese action adventure show, or like a fucking fantasy show. I'm bringing up the fucking soldiers of giants. By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. By the way, that was a thumbnail potential. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. Mjolnir! So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant that the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower is actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from a danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. What the fuck is this, Yu-Gi-Oh? The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow, and the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers and the war tower, attacking from the heavens. The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line in the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Others beating you over the head with the solution. This was actually Yu-Gi-Oh! The entire time. You know what wouldn't surprise me? Badler is just busy facing Beatrice in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Card battle. Then came the sound of thunder, and the sound of the falling rain and wind. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks. So... is she dead? Because if she's dead... let's fucking go, boys! Unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly tormented by the wind and rain. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage. But a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. Was I? Because I can't remember anything I fucking talk about in a previous episode. And don't remind me either. Wait, are you fucking making her dead again? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice, and it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Beatrice just die.
思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
A butterfly? Or just a normal human? When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢様。あなたは私の弟子であることを失いますが、私の仕えるお嬢様であることに変わりはありません。そうしたらまた一緒にご本を読んで差し上げましょう。リンゴのパイを焼いて差し上げましょう。昔のように。さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。そろそろ思い出せてきたかな。なあ、お師匠様。あんたの後ろにあるそれ、思い出したかな。何ですか？これは。
When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. No. So it wasn't Sonic? Alright, take care. I gotta take care of something real quick. So hold on just a second. Hold on. Okay. No, it is still playing audio. Alright, well, I'm back. I had to pee. Alright, no. It was herself. How do you confuse a hedgehog for your fucking self? There's another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots. Lying there like a pincushion doll. Former Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in windstorm ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that, so she wanted to let her teacher take her next move and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Boo! Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
楽しかったなお師匠様。また遊びたくなったらいつでもよみがえらせてやるよ。それで適当に遊んだら死体だったことをまた思い出させてやるからさ。なあ、ちゃんとあんたの言いつけは守ってるぜ。おもちゃは遊び終わったらちゃんとおもちゃ箱にしまいましょうってな。
楽勝でございますかな。
愚か、心象だ。四つ子島で騙せてなかったら死んでおったのはわらわの方よ。さすがはお師匠様。だがこれで胸が張れるというもの。
Shout out JoJo song.
お師匠様を完全に超えたとな。ロノウェ、お師匠様の亡骸を
Stand proud is.
わらわもそこまで敬意を失って
It's the third opening for part 3.
かしこまり
Well, the first opening for part 3, but it's the third opening together.
少々派手に暴れすぎました。少しは片付けも必要でしょう。すぐに取り掛かります。ヤギたちよ、お片付けの時間です。
When Renov snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Renov's back.
この度は6人の遺体をどのようにいたしますか。
Yeah, where are you putting them?
密室形式に。
Where are you putting them?
わらわは今それを考える気分にない。どの上に任す。バトラーを悩ませるようなとびっきりの密室を頼むぞ。
かしこまり。
So they do get moved.
それではとびきりの。
They do get moved. They aren't killed in the room. They get moved.
バトラーはどこだ。バトラー、わらわの大活躍見た。
くしょー。今のめちゃくちゃな魔法の嵐を見せつけられて、俺は何を否定すればいいんだ。
Just deny it.
魔女はいるも何も。あんなドッカンドッカン凄まじいファンタジーを見せつけられて、今の俺は何を否定すりゃいいんだ。
Just say, I don't believe it. She asks why. Just be like, I don't believe it.
前回もそうだが、このイーカス的なマジカルバトルをどう否定すりゃいいんだよ。
だよな。こんなの見ちまったらもう言い逃れはできな
I
い
don't need to.
もんな。
I don't believe it. That's all I need to say.
バトラー、とんでも推理を聞かせてくれよ。
お嬢様、笑いに品がございませんよ。
おお、これはすまぬ。しかしわらわの責任ではないぞ。何しろバトラにキューッと両目を固く閉じてキリキリギリギリ歯ぎしりするなんとも悔しそうなその表情を見せられると、自然とわらわの口からこぼれてしまうものでな。
さあバトラ様、くじけずにテーブルへお戻りを。お嬢様はバトラ様の反撃を期待されておりますよ。
ふざけるな。何をどう反論すりゃいいってんだ。まずあの塔が地面から生えてきたあたりからもうめちゃくちゃだろうが。実は六軒島の地下に合体変形巨大ロボの秘密研究所でもあって、
You can.
一つでおかしな塔が生えてくるってのか。ああ、それならあのでけえ巨人どもはきっとロボットだぜ。あるいは悪の秘密結社のメカ怪獣かもな。わけわかんねえよ。
I mean, you can say that. Like,
話しかけるんじゃねえ。
there's nothing stopping you. I'll just believe that's hallucinations. Plus, who'd this happen in front of? Beatrice and Renove and the Seven Stakes? The only thing that matters is Kumasawa is dead and missing. In reality, if I'm solving this mystery, I'm not there. I don't know any of this happened. The only reason I know this happened is because Beatrice is showing me, but she can be showing me whatever the fuck she wants. Yeah, that's exactly what you fucking did. I've for stories that are more dark, like Berserk. I'm getting the second deluxe volume soon. I like fucked up stories, that's what I like. Give me a good old fucked up story. Manga and anime are fucking fake, and this is real life. Calm down there, Naruto. I don't sip for you, lady, alright? $6 a.m. Or 600. Virgilia. Or Virgilia. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind. Would you actually sleep in here? Ha! Oh, do you know about last night? It's weird to see the parents alive. She already has.
向こうが撃ってくるだろうほとんどの手は想定できたはずだ。
そうね。兄弟の中に裏切り者さえ現れなければ、私たちは大抵の事態に対応できるはずよ。
もうこの話は終わりにしましょう。結局徹夜しちゃったわね。眠いわ。
そうですね。朝食をとったら一度お休みになられてはいかがですか？
Yeah, good luck with that.
良い提案だ。この年に徹夜は答えるよ。
As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could.
顔でも洗ってこようぜ。
Washing their faces.
とひでえつらさ。
何？このひどい匂い。
As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression.
どうしましたか？
You don't smell like burning human?
ねえ、何かひどい匂いがしない？
ん？なんやこの匂いは。こらたまらんで。
After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where the strange odor was coming from.
一体何事でしょう？現時に対応させましょう。きっともう使用人室に来ていて、朝の準備をしているはずです。
頼む。まさかあのゴーダに限ってこんな匂いをさせる朝食を作っているとは思いがたいのだがね。
Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground. So they put Kinzo in the fucking incinerator again. From the boiler room. But the door was locked and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsuki's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor.
何ですかこれは。ひどいいたずらだわ。誰がこんなことを。
The painted symbol! Ooh!
厨房にはまだ誰も来てないわ。何よそれ。
Ava's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed the change to the parlor.
ダメだな。ボイラー室は鍵がかかってる。ボイラーの故障とかそういうのだとまずいんじゃないのか？使用人は誰かいたか？
Where's Mankind? He should be in there.
趣味な落書き、ここにもあるの？ボイラー室の扉にもあったのよ。
なんやって？
Wait, two at the same time.
悪い落書きがここだけじゃなく他にもあるっちゅうんか。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェの宣戦布告っちゅうわけ。
If it's in multiple places at the same time, this is kinda... Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it.
これはどういうこと？私たちが食堂で話し合いをしている最中に。
Again, it's very strange. This is my favorite locked room. Good to know. That means I'm gonna hate it thoroughly.
ボイラー室の扉に。
But my thing is, it's very weird to see the adults all still alive. Just so you know, it can't be who I thought. I was gonna say Ava, but she was with everybody, so she's immediately ruled out. So that means it has to be one of the fucking kids. So Badler is still in contention. Tyler's 8th, 7th, 5 4th.
まさかかくれんぼってわけでもねえだろうに。探そうぜ。
それより、私は子供たちが気になるわ。無事よね。私、確かめてくるついでにゲストハウスに使用人の人がいないか見てくるわ。
なら手分けだな。ゲストハウスにガキどもの様子を見に行く間、俺たちは屋敷の中を調べてみよう。考えたくはねえが、こんな薄気味悪い落書きがここだけってことはねえかもしれねえ。親父殿のおかしなゲームに巻き込まれているのかもしれんな。私は親父殿のところへ行って事情を聞いてみよう。まあ、素直に話を聞いてくれるとは。
Look awfully happy about that. See, this is what I prefer. Them walking around going, what do we do? The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousins' room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. This is what I prefer. Them being like, what the fuck is going on? Instead of magic battles. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. I completely forgot about this guy. It seemed he believed in the phrase early to bed, early to rise and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kairi and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
子供たちは無事よ。みんな夜更かしのしすぎね。
使用人室は空っぽや。勤務表を見ても早番は6時からってことになっとる。もうお勤めをしてなきゃならん頃や。
They should have.
仮眠室も
Yes.
布団を抜け出した後はあるけど暖かくはなかったわ。
こら、クラウス兄さんたちの想像が当たったんとちゃうか。多分お父さんの指示で仕組んだゲームなんや。あの不気味な落書きを残してどこかに姿を隠してわしらに何かをさせたいに違いないんや。
遺産や家督を誰が引き継ぐにふさわしいか確かめようっていうことですか。いくらなんでもそれは。
いいえ、お父様だったらそういうことをしてもおかしくないかもしれない。
何しろお父さんは大仕掛けが大好きや。例の碑文を大広間に掲げた時から練りに練った計画だったのかもしれへんで。
ならゲームの開始宣言もしくはゲームの説明などがあったりはしないのかしら。マリアちゃんに渡したような紋章入りの封筒が出てきても良さそうだけど。
そうね。ひょっとすると屋敷で兄さんたちがそれを見つけたかもしれないわね。
南條先生、あんたなんか聞いてませんか。
申し訳ありませんが、私にも何が何だかさっぱりです。ただ、なるほど。金蔵さんが何かを企んで大仕掛けを打つことは私にも容易に想像できます。
But but can he plan enough to fuck up my stream elements? That's the main question.
お邪魔でなければ私もご一緒いたしましょう。
私はここに残るわ。上にマリアたち。
Yeah, I'll stay here so when the children wake up, I can beat my daughter senseless. It's a morning routine I have. She wakes up and I just go, "Good morning, bitch." Rosa and Kairi remained in the guest house. Rosa sitting there going, "Son of a bitch, why'd you have to follow me here? I was gonna beat all the kids." Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. So they threw him in a bunch of different spots.
冗談じゃないわ。お父様も使用人も姿を消し、屋敷中のあちこちにおかしな魔法陣だらけ。一体何が起こってるっていうのよ。
There were only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms. 5 for 6, so 2 were together? Don't worry, Mr. Sako's got this.
使用人室にキーボックスがあったはずです。
They fished through the key box, because each of the servants carried their master keys around, and those weren't kept there. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
ないわ。何度探してもボイラー室の鍵が見つからないわ。
見ろよ、姉貴。例の魔法陣の書かれた部屋の鍵だけがきれいにぽっかりと抜けてるぜ。
本当ですね。これは困りました。まるで 魔法陣の部屋に入ってほしくないかのようね。いいえ、わざわざ魔法陣でアピールしてるんだから入ってほしいのかしら。
Well, the person could still have the keys.
扉をぶち破るのは映画じゃあるまいし無理だろう。
We'll just have to wait and see if they're inside the rooms, because they're probably going to be inside the rooms, let's be honest. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kairi had stayed to watch over the place.
おはようございます。何やらおかしなことになったそうですな。
おはようございます、南條先生。早朝から起こしてしまったようで申し訳ありませんが。
なんや、手紙の類は見つからんのか。わしはてっきりそういうのが見つかったとばかり思っとったんや。
Why, you know something, Hideyoshi?
私もこれはお父様の壮大な冗談か何かのゲームだと信じてる。でもそうなら必ずそれを伝える手紙があるはずよね。マリアちゃんに手紙を与えたように。
ゲーム開始宣言はまさにあのマリアちゃんの手紙だったのかもしれねえぜ。碑文の謎を解いてみろと。すでにゲームの内容は示されてるさ。なら屋敷から5つも見つかった魔法陣にはどんな意味があるというのかね。見えない使用人もだ。
Hold on, I can tell you what it represents. I think. I can't. It's in a different notebook, or some of the pages that fell out of this one. It's like the 7th circle, moon, sun, Jupiter of Mars, Neptune.
5人ですが何か。
使用人が5人、魔法陣も5つか。偶然だろうが気になるな。
兄さん、窓を破りましょう。中を確認するべきだわ。
仕方ないな。
I'm breaking a window with or without permission. Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor where the windows would be easiest to reach. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
全部割ることはないわよ。鍵が回せる程度に開けてくれれば十分。
あまり期待には添えないかもしれないぜ。
Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it.
後でガムテープで塞いだ方がいいだろうな。雨が吹き込んじまうぜ。
When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and rain made the curtain dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain, so the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsuki, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group.
特に変わったところはないようですな。
So there's nobody in the room.
どうしましたか、シャノン。
Never mind, Shannon's in there.
どうしたのよ、あんた。
ちや、南條先生、見たってや。
おい、シャノンちゃん。 大丈夫か。返事をしろい。
揺さぶってはいけません。今、容体を見ます。
She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they'd entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. What?
バトラー、どこだ？
Taking a shit.
ほらほら、シャノンの死体が出てきたぞ。
Alright, let me wipe. I'm almost done.
いじめねえから出てこいよ。
I said I'm almost done. Alright, we're good.
おー、いたいた。そんなところで頭抱えて何してんだよ。
Badler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell.
少しお嬢様がいじめすぎたのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, he broke.
あれだけのものを見せつけて反論を迫っては塞ぎ込みたくなる気持ちも分かろうというものです。
なあ、バトラー。反論がないならリザインを頼むぜ。お前の手番なんだ。何か刺すとかパスするとか。さもなきゃ降参するとかしてくれねえと話が前に進まねえよ。なになに？聞こえないぞ。
黙れっつってんだ。ああ、うるせえうるせえうるせえ。何か魔女だ、何か魔法だ。好き勝手にやればいいじゃねえかよ。俺は信じねえ、何も信じねえ。クソクソ
He's literally gone insane.
俺に話しかけるな、何も見せるな、消えろ消えろ消えちまえ。俺にそのムカつく顔を近づけるな。
You literally broke him mentally. Beatrice winced reflectively.
そうは言うがな。
Excuse me, game. That's not how you spell reflexively. At Badler's sudden rage.
お前の手番が終わらんと、わらわの手番も来んで。あまりわらわを退屈させるなと言いたいのだな。
知るかよ、黙れよ、うるせえんだよ。お前のゲームなんか知るかよ。付き合ってらんねえんだよ。俺の番が終わらねえとてめえの番が来ねえってんなら永遠に待ってやがりゃいいだろうが。ああ、知らねえ知らねえ、わからねえ。魔女も魔法も認めねえ。あんなめちゃくちゃも認めねえ。俺に話しかけるなっつってんだ。
What? I don't know what's what anymore. Being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? Is that Shannon? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the random rain without an umbrella. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rakanjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beto. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just a signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Severed towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. It's called hallucinations, my guy.
よくある推理小説の延長だろってことはわかるさ。でもあれは
ドッカンドッカンってのはな。くっそ
私の弟子が随分と迷惑をかけているようですね。
あんた。
Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around, and in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor Beatrice whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago. Give me a different name!
てっきり死んだと思ったぜ。生きてたのか。
いいえ、死にましたよ。今の私は取られた駒がチェス盤の外にくつろいでいるだけに過ぎません。
I was just dumb. There's literally only 5 because there's only 5 bodies around.
あんたも魔女ってわけか。
ええ、そうですよ。
ってことはつまり、やっぱり魔女はいるってことで決まりなわけだろ。
No, they don't.
そしてあいつを倒せるのは俺じゃない。すげえ魔法使えるあんたの方じゃねえか。俺はもうお役御免さ。俺にできることなんてもう何もねえ。
おやおや、すっかり屈服してしまいましたか。
屈服も何も。あれをどう説明すりゃいいんだよ。塔が生えたり落ちてきたり、でっけえ巨人が盾を構えたり槍を投げたり。思い出すだけでも気が変になりそうだぜ。もう推理もヘチマもあったもんじゃねえ。トリックとか人間犯人説とか、そんな領域をとっくに超えてるだろ。ちくしょうちくしょうちくしょうちくしょう。
落ち着いて。私はあの子のゲーム版の駒に過ぎない。こうして番外へ取り除かれてしまえば、もはや何もできない存在。しかしあなたはあの子の対戦相手。あなたが自ら投げ出さない限り、あなたには常にあの子に一矢報いる力があるのだから。
うるせえ。あんただっておかしな呪文を唱えて塔だの槍だのを呼び出してたじゃねえかよ。何を一矢報いるってんだよ。俺にも魔法を教えてくれたあいつとあの大魔法バトルを繰り広げろっていうのかよ。
I hope not.
あなたが望むなら、あなたに魔法の一端を教えてあげてもいいですよ。
そりゃあ願ったり叶ったりだぜ。あいつの胸板にズドンと打ち込んでやれるようなすっげえ魔法一発頼むぜ。
I'm sorry, that's an advanced spell. You need to go into novice beginner.
日本の魔法に雨乞いの儀式というものがあるそうですね。ご存知ですか？
雨乞い？バンバン火をくべて演武を奉納して雨を祈るっていうあれか？あれは魔法じゃねえだろ。火で上昇気流ができて、その結果雨雲
A
が
fantastic locked room, by the way.
れっきとした化学現象。
It's the whole entire outside. There's no way that anybody could have closed this. Anybody could have closed this one and not be around.
天に聖なる火を捧げ、敬いの演武を捧げることで、神々の心に雨乞いの嘆願が届くものと信じておりましたよ。
大昔の連中はそうだったろうよ。でもその手のオカルトは大抵科学的に説明がつくもんだ。
物が燃えるのはどうしてですか？物質にフロギストンが含まれているからでは？
いや、物が燃えるのは酸化反応だ。フロギストン説はラボアジェが否定したはずだぜ。
物に熱が伝わるのはどうしてですか？物質にカロリックが含まれているからでは？
そいつは確かジュールが否定したはずだ。熱はエネルギーであって物質じゃない。
よくお勉強していますね。正しい知識ですよ。
ちょいとした雑学レベルだがな。
フロギストンもカロリックも、果てはエーテルも神の愛さえも、科学的な説明の前には無力ですね。私はかつて木からリンゴが落ちるのは人に食を与えるための神の愛のおかげだと聞かされましたよ。
重力すらも神の愛なのか？まあ科学より り宗教が万物を説明した時代の名残だろうぜ。
その通りです。
Yeah, that's from before Isaac Newton got bonked right in the head.
いいえ、
Got hit with that apple. He was like, "Bitch, that ain't no God's love. I'm gonna name it gravity."
話はまさにそれでしょう。太古の人々が火が熱を生み、上昇気流を生み出して雲を呼ぶことを科学的に理解していたでしょうか。理解せずともそういう結果になることだけは知っていた。
そういうのは結構あるかもな。先人たちの知恵ってやつさ。理由は分からずとも長い経験でそういう結果が得られることを知っていた。原理を理解できない現象は多分彼らにとっては魔法も同然だったろうな。
Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that. Through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rainfall. To them, that was certainly magic, as long as they didn't understand updrafts.
電気のスイッチを押せば明かりがつく。子供は電球がなぜ発光するのか、その科学的理由
As a kid, I did know. Yes, I did know why a light bulb lights up.
スイッチを押す。原理を知らずとも結果を得られるならば、それは彼らにとって魔法なのではありませんか。
面白い話だな。まあ理屈から言やそうだ。例えば俺たちはテレビのブラウン管にどうして画像が映るのか理屈はさっぱり分かってない。でもテレビに物が映るのは当たり前だと思ってる。ブラウン管の原理を知らなくてもスイッチを押せばテレビが見られることだけは知っている。
Push button, watch show. Ha ha ha.
するのと全く同じだ。つまり原理を知らないならばテレビだって魔法も同然。いや魔法そのものだろうってわけか。
So essentially, everything looks like magic
構造がどうなっているか知ってい
if
る。
you don't know how it works scientifically.
その中身を見たことは？
ねえよ。本か何かで構造を読んだ気もするが難しくてさっぱりだったな。確か電子が蛍光物質にぶつかるとき発光してどうだろこうだな。
それは偽書です。真実はブラウン管の中にグレムリンという妖精が閉じ込められていて、魔法で仕事をしてくれているからなのですよ。
はあ？バカなこと言うなよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
ブラウン管の中を覗いたこともないのにどうして否定を？
覗いたことはねえが絶対にそんな妖精はいないと断言できるさ。
ここにブラウン管がない以上実証は不能ですよ。
確かに今この瞬間は実証不能だが後でどこかのテレビをばらしてみせればすぐに論破できるさ。
ということはブラウン管の中にグレムリンが閉じ込められていて、その魔法で映像を映し出しているという私の魔法説はブラウン管の中身を検証するまで否定不能ということになりますね。
なんだよあれか。悪魔の証明だって言いてえのか。お前たち魔女のお箱だぜ。
悪魔の証明は消極的事実の証明が不可能であることを逆手に取った詭弁です。しかし今のブラウン管の話は違う。テレビをたった1台分解すれば済むだけの話ですよ。
そうだな。確かに悪魔の証明とは異なるな。
あなたの提唱する科学的説明と私の提唱する魔法的説明、そのどちらかが真実です。そしてそれはブラウン管の中を覗いた時に確定する。しかしそれを確かめる瞬間の直前まで私たちは互いの説を否定できないのです。つまり真実は一つであるにもかかわらずブラウン管の中を覗く直前までは相反する真実が同時に2つ存在することができる。1つしか存在してはいけない真実が2つ同時に存在できる異空間。
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them, and even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange separate world. Schrodinger's box. That is what Rakanjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. How do you know I'm a self-certified scientist? That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds.
よくわからねえ。現実と魔法の中間？限りなく公平な世界？どこがだよ。俺に圧倒的に不利な展開ばっかりじゃねえかよ。
ならばこう考えるといいでしょう。これは裁判です。あなたとベアトリーチェが相反する主張を繰り広げている法廷だと考えるのです。ブラウン管裁判でもいいでしょう。あの子はブラウン管の中には妖精が入っていると主張している。そして中に入っている妖精がどのような生態でどのような姿なのか、どのような魔力を持っているのかを次々に説明する。そしてあなたは
まあ図書館で勉強してブラウン管の構造を説明して反論するだろうよ。
この瞬間、法廷にはあなたの主張とあの子の主張が同時に存在する。もしもあの子の主張に耳を傾けたならば、それはあたかも真実に聞こえてしまうかもしれない。見えてしまうかもしれない。あなたはまさにそれを見せつけられた。今この瞬間の六軒島には確かに魔女も魔法も真実として存在
But so does the statement, blah 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 blah
それ
blah
は猫の箱が開かれる瞬間までの不確定な波動関数の世界。すべての状態が同時に説明できる。しかし真実は一つです。それは観測されることによって収縮し、無数の真実が淘汰されてたった一つの真実になる。法廷で例えるならば、これは裁判長による判決行為にも似ているでしょう。検察側、弁護側がそれぞれに主張する2つの真実は判決によって収縮し一つとなるのです。
あんたの言葉を借りると、つまり今のこの島はブラウン管の中を覗く直前の世界ってわけなんだな。だからこそ科学説も魔法説もどちらも否定できない。否定できないってことはつまり
どちらも真実として存在でき
You
る。
can stop with the thunder acting like it's a big surprise.
存在し得る。しかし同時にそれを否定するあなたの意見もまた真実として同時に存在できる。相反する2つが同時に存在できる世界。そして相反する真実が互いを否定する理由にできない世界。理解できてきましたか？
つまりベアトがどんなすげえ魔法を俺に見せようとも、それは魔法説の主張でしかなく、俺を否定することには当たらない。ベアトがどんな魔法を
It still doesn't make sense with
この世
science.
界ではそれをもって魔法が存在する証拠にはなり得ないってことか。
そうです。あの子は木からリンゴが落ちることすらも魔法で説明しようとするでしょう。あの子は一見杖を振るって魔法にてリンゴをもぎ取り、
大地に落としたかのように主張するかもしれない。しかしそれはあの子の主張の一つに過ぎないのです。あの子のいかなる主張もあなたの主張する機会を拒むことはできない。その意味において、
So in one truth, you have to find the holes in the claims that Beatrice is trying to convince you are true. Trust me, I'm not. I don't know. I can't explain it. It just happened. It's like my theory is it didn't happen because you're the one telling me it happened, and you're the one trying to convince me that you're real, that you're a witch. You did. Don't talk shit, Badler. You surrendered and went naked and acted like her dog. You fucking freak. It was a good advice for Badler. Then make a new name, bitch. Thank you. Virgilius. Virgilia. I'll go one round. And that's about it. One round with her. Beatrice, I don't want to deal with you.
トラの顔を見てるとついつい上機嫌になってしまうものでな。ほれほれほれ、それでバトラー、さっきの戦いだがどういう反応を示してみせるよ。
Yeah, how?
バトル何があったって？このバラ庭園のどこにお前らがニョキニョキ生やした塔が槍がどこに転がってんだ？ねえじゃないか。つまりこいつがブラウン
The wavelength going on between us right now. Badler knows. He knows that it could be just Beatrice showing me whatever the hell it is. She'll show me proof that it happened.
バラ庭園には何もない。さっきまでは魔法で塔が生えていたかもしれねえさ。だがそれはブラウン管の中を知るまで。魔法バトルはお前の回避。主張に過ぎる。
Exactly. Show me an impartial referee his claim.
今この場に何もないのは何事もなかったことの証明だとな。
さすがに第一の番から大暴れはできぬし、わらわもこのバラ庭園は気に入っているのでない。被害を及ぼさないため結界の中で戦っておったのだ。だから現実には何の影響も与えていないのだ。
Then why would I believe you that it even happened in the first place?
お前の主張だな。ああ、それもありだろうな。だが今この瞬間のバラ庭園に何もない。だから魔法などなかったという俺の主張を何ら妨げるものではない。
Unless she speaks in red.
おいおい、そんなめちゃくちゃでわらわの魔法を否定できるのか？魔法がないは証明不能。悪魔の証明であるぞ。
今この瞬間のこのバラ庭園が真実だ。覗いた瞬間にブラウン管の中の妖精は蒸発する。そしてここには何の魔法の痕跡もない。だからお前らの魔女の戦いは行われなかった。
なんだ、その返してはその力は もしや。
お忘れですか、お嬢様。多層世界収縮術です。無限の魔女の力と対になる有限の魔女の力。無限の魔女にしか悟ることができず、そして無限の
Calm down here with this fucking Pokemon shit. This diagram. Schrodinger's cat box.
老いぼれ魔女め、余計な入れ知恵を。
時間をロスった。使用人5人とじいさまで6人。
That could also be interpreted as Schrodinger's pussy.
俺がもたもたしてて。
Because cat and box are both.
ここからはサクサクいくぜ。席につけ、ベアトリーチェ。ようやく第一の番じゃねえか。本番スタートだぜ。どんと来やがれ。
Yeah, give me some closed rooms. I'm tired of all this fucking magic battle bullshit. Just show me some closed rooms, man. Skirmish. Forget what the adults expected, at least for us kids. These were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. George, Anki, and Jessica were crying over Shannon and Kuhn's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, and there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday, and in one night, a third of that number lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning. I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Wait, they found Cannon? They found everybody? Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Short-barrel Winchester rifles. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. What the fuck? The guns multiplied? Shit, Rosa or Natsuhi could have tossed me a gun. I would have been fucking rocking. I would have been going crazy. Those have been split up among the 4 siblings. Uncle Kraus and Ava, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them. Was he burnt to a crisp? What do you mean die normally in his bed? He was burnt to a crisp. Oh, shut up. You were the first person I suspected. Except me. Ah, he's got 6 toes.
多子症は珍しくない病気だと聞いたわ。大仕掛けの大好きな方なんでしょ？どこかで両足の指の数が自分と同じな遺体を手配したかもしれないわ。バカバカしい。そんなこと何のためにするというのですか？
By the way, I don't have 6 toes. That was a joke. Again, I'm saying he was lit on fire by somebody. Poured gasoline on him before the servants showed up and poured and burned him alive. I feel like there should be a boat on the island instead of a boat off of the island.
そこで警察に連絡できると思います。私たちも、そして犯人も、つまりは台風が通り過ぎるまでこの島に閉じ込められたってわけね。
Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. So, Kumasawa's corpse had been found. Okay, interesting. First, grandfather had been in the boiler room completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made this situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. Speaking of Winchesters, apparently a supernatural actor got arrested for, got put in prison for life for murder. Don't know who, but I'm assuming it's nobody important because I feel like that'd be all over the news. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. Hell, it could even be for a different show. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rakajima is now isolated by the typhoon. And just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet, the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Nazi has been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Smart! This is way smarter than anybody in the last 2 episodes. This is what happens when all the adults are alive. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon Chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to see all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Ushiramiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel, as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstandings, the game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in numbers. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiramiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushiramiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had written, and the person who solved it would supposedly be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago. The relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? A threat. The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there's a good chance they were armed and there might not be just one of them. And while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit, and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. No, you gotta look for shit. After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expression showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. Now all I could do was be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you.
また最初は6人か。
What do you expect?
しかも今回はじいさまと使用人が全部まとめてときたもんだ。
おそらくあの子は前回のゲームでのあなたの指し手を慎重に研究したのでしょう。そしてあなたが
So if anything, we'd have to convict, because we were asleep. The only person not accounted for was Nanjo that whole night. So he's suspect number 1. But he was asleep in the guest house, so who the fuck knows? Yeah, Ajnan. He fucking... That asshole. He showed up once again. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. It's Nanjo and Ajnan. He drank a potion and then killed people and then turned back. He doesn't know that he did.
あなたがやがて逃げ込むであろう退路を真っ先に塞ぎに来たのでしょう。
ベアとはすでに赤で、この島には19人以上いないと宣言している。それはつまり諦めろってことだ。もう俺は18人の誰かを疑わざるを得ない。
あの子はその18
He's not a separate entity. He's the same person. Do you not know the story of Jekyll and Hyde? Because I can tell you the premise of Jekyll and Hyde. That story, as far as I know. Yeah, it's a different persona. So... We're gonna click on it. Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the Wikipedia article. And go to the plot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. His deterioration result. Okay. In early March, Jekyll's butler, Mr. Poole, visits Utterson and says Jekyll has secluded himself in his laboratory for weeks. Utterson and Poole break into the laboratory where they find Hyde's body wearing Jekyll's clothes, apparently having killed himself. They find a letter from Jekyll to Utterson. Utterson reads Lanyon's letter, then Jekyll's. Lanyon's letter reveals his deterioration resulted from the shock of seeing Hyde drink a serum that turned him into Jekyll. Jekyll's letter explains he had indulged in unsated vices and feared discovery. He found a way to transform himself and thereby indulge his vices without fear of detection. Jekyll's transformed body, Hyde, was evil, self-indulgent, and uncaring to anyone but himself. Initially, Jekyll controlled the transformations with the serum, but one night in August he became Hyde involuntarily in his sleep. So, it's not even a different persona, really. The start of the book, I think, I haven't read it, but I know the premise, is essentially, I think there's two different people. One's Hyde and one's Jekyll. Eventually, Jekyll's dead, but Hyde and Jekyll switch. Either that or it's just straight up, drink a serum, he can transform from Jekyll to Hyde. That's what Ajnan can do. He can just switch. It's like a split personality. So it wouldn't be another person. Because one human could have multiple personalities. And that is a fact. So that's my theory now. Nanjo drinks the serum and he transforms into Ajnan and kills people.
マダムを敵に回すことになるとは厄介ですね、お嬢様。手の内をだいぶ読まれますよ。
I swear to God, this was about to play a Cruel Angel's Thesis. I swear to God, it was about to. I swear I thought I was about to hear yeah, I mean, look where I'm at. To be honest, I don't know what the fuck to accept. Look at where we're at. This isn't normal.
俺とお前だってことには何の変化もない。
分かっておる。よちよちのお前には自転車にも補助輪が必要だ。
Bitch, I need training wheels on my tricycle.
さあ始めろ。お前の手番だ。
事件現場の再構築から始める。ワルギリア。
What crime scene? What the fuck are we talking about?
最初の遺体発見はシャン
Finally, okay, let's go.
屋敷内の1階客間より発見されました。扉と窓は施錠され、密室を構成していました。
ベアートに説明要求。密室の定義を再確認。
密室の定義は内外の出入りが一切隔絶された室内を指す。当然、内外から
I probably need the notebook.
脱出はおろか、干渉もできる。それは包括的に
Why does it sound like the Avengers are about to come out?
干渉の余地一切の
I feel like Thor's about to come in.
以後、この定義をベアトリーチェの密室定義と呼称する。
細部確認。外部干渉の余地の定義とは。
外部から
Sorry about that. My mic. Sorry.
細い棒やらなどを使って直接的に干渉するあらゆる余地だ。つまり扉や窓にはそのような小細工を混ぜる隙間すらもないと判断せよ。
どうかな。仮に隙間がなくてもリモコンなどの電波は干渉できるはずだぜ。
よかろう。電波などそれに類する遠隔操作技術も干渉不可能であると定義に追加する。
I just saw something.
客間には内線電話もあるぜ。
I think it was the reflection on the poster that's where I'm looking at.
電話はすでに使用
So that one was debunked. That ghost sighting was debunked.
もう面倒だ。それも含めようと。直接間接のあらゆる方法で室外よりの密室内への干渉は不可能だ。
声やノックは密室に入る。
Now this is in red, so I'm not gonna care.
密室であっても声をかけることやノックは不可能ではなかろう。意思疎通の可否は密室の定義に反しぬ。
つまり外部との伝達方法までは途絶していると定義。
Yeah, so you can still communicate with people outside.
了解。
You just can't open the room.
そのベアトリーチェの密室定義を満たすってんだな。
その通りだ。
密室定義了解した。ワルギリア続けてくれ。
はい。シャノンの遺体はマスターキー1本を所持。発見した親族がこれを回収。
ベアトに復唱要求。今回のマスターキーの本数は。
前回と同じ。
5.
各使用人が1本ずつで5本だ。
ってことは密室にはまだならねえってわけさ。マスターキーはまだ4本余ってる。
That is true. I'm gonna write down 5 master keys. Alright, 5 master keys.
4本の鍵のいずれかで施錠するだけの話だ。
Until she says all of them were with the
その通りで
servants.
ございます。そして見つかったのはマスターキーだけではありませんよ。
はい。
It was
遺体のすぐ傍らに紋章
On
の
Shannon?
封筒が。中に手紙はなく2階客室の鍵が入っていました。
2階客室の鍵。それは2階客室の扉をマスターキー以外に唯一開けることができる鍵だという定義でいいのか。
問題ないぞ。そしてマスターキーと違い、その1
Yeah,
本しかない。
so that's essentially telling you
ある特定の部屋を開けるにはマスターキー5本に加えその1本しかないというわけです。
これはつまり次は2階客室へ行け。
but that's still easy to explain.
となると大人たちは2階客室へ移動したな。
It all ends with where's all the master keys.
扉もまた施錠され魔法陣が描かれていました。 親族はシャノンの遺体脇より入手したその鍵によって開錠。室内にて熊沢の遺体を発見。
Who really was you?
定義はベアトリーチェの密室定義に準。
Okay, did she have a key?
熊沢はマスターキー1本を
That's two.
これを親族が回収。そしてシャノン同様に遺体の
But
傍らに
but we still have a way for this to be done.
中には3階控室の
It's done in reverse order of where they're going,
3階控室へ移動。
and then that last master key is put there.
そして3階控室
But wait!
の魔法陣でさらに施錠されていて、
はい。
It depends where the master key was found
ゴー
directly
ダの遺体を発見。
as well.
室内は密室。
Because,
ベアトリーチェ
nah,
の
I could be
密室定義に準。
misinterpreting something.
ゴーダはマスターキー1本を所持。
But it's a closed room. Here, let me reread the fucking definition. Okay. To a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it'd be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line, long thin rod inclusion. There are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work. Okay. That's what I needed right there. There are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks work. So if a long thin rod or fishing line can't go through a gap in the door, a key. Because I was thinking maybe they just threw the key back in through a gap in the door. But then I was like, you know what? I need to go back, read the definition, and confirm. That right there denies that could happen. Because if a fishing line can't go through the gap in the door, a damn key is not going to go through the gap in the door. So look, that is already gone. I'm not even going to focus on it anymore.
そしてこれまで同様に紋章入りの養鶏封筒を発見。
So that's
中よ
three.
り
That's
二
three
階
master
貴賓室
keys.
の鍵が。親族は2階貴賓室へ移動。
なんなんだこいつは。てめえ、何を企んでやがる。
そう睨むほどのものでもあるまい。密室ではある。それを開けるマスターキーはまだ何本もあるではない。
There are two.
律儀にマスターキー以外の固有の鍵も申請している。
気に入らねえ展開だぜ。だが展開は読めてきた。この調子で6人続いてくってわけか。
はい、その通りです。2階貴賓室にて源氏の遺体を発見。マスターキー1本を回収。
So that's four, and the other person probably has it.
地下ボイラー室へ移動。地下ボイラー室にて金蔵の遺体を発見。礼拝堂の鍵を発見。礼拝堂に移動。礼拝堂にてカノンの遺体を発見。マスターキー1本を回収。
Yep, there's all five.
1階客間の鍵を発見。以上で6名の遺体発見の再構築を終了します。
補足です。金蔵の遺体の傍らで発見された養鶏封筒には、
Huh.
礼拝堂の鍵と一緒に手紙が同封されておりました。手紙の内容はすでにご確認の通り、碑文の謎を解くよう改めて催促する内容です。
ってことは、なんだよこれ。最後のカノン君のところに一番最初のシャノンちゃんの客間の鍵があったってことは、密室が6つ呪術なぎになってるってことなのか。
その通り。6つの密室が呪術
The only explanation I can think of is they killed each person by using the keys to unlock them. What they did was they locked the parlor, went to the chapel, put the key in the envelope. Everybody's dead at this point, so they're just going back through. They're locking it after killing the person. So let's say they started in the parlor, dropped off the only explanation. What the fuck? It straight up has to be they locked one room with the key, but they couldn't. They'd have to re-unlock a room. Well, they could easily do that with a master key. So hold on. Let's say they took a master key and all the normal keys. They used one key to lock a room, put it in a different room. Used a key to lock that room, put it in a different room. Used a key to lock another room, put it in a different room. Used a key to that, and then used the master key to unlock one room, to re-put a key in a formerly locked room, and reset the master key down. No, they couldn't do that. There's actually is no fucking way for this. This is why I don't want to fucking think about this game. Because it literally makes me feel like I'm a fucking idiot. I'll just fucking write it down anyway, but I'm fucking done at this point. I don't know what the fuck to do. Doors and windows are normal. Can only lock with a key. It also doesn't help that my fucking stream elements keeps flashing black. It's distracting the fuck out of me. When Renault rebuked her, Beto stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. If you show me, I need an impartial witness. I need an impartial witness. That's what my intention is. I don't want to pay attention anymore. But again, why would Kinzo fake it? And why would he kill all his fucking servants? Because that's the only person I see faking that shit. She's getting jealous. She wants Badler's dick for herself.
お嬢様は指し手以外のコミュニケーションによって煙に巻いていった。それに惑わされないということはつまりこういうことなのでしょう。
なぜだと納得がいかぬ。
お嬢様はチェスを挑んでいるはずではないのですか？
それもそうだが。
Beatrice puffed out her cheeks as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Well, she did say that. Literally, she fucking said that.
人間側からの検証は限界があります。厳密な死亡確認のため復唱要求することを推奨します。
よっしゃ、ここで叩くぜ。復唱要求だ。被害者6人は全員死亡している。
お嬢様、復唱要求が出ておりますよ。
おい、ぼんやりするな。復唱拒否か？ここからが戦闘開始だ。
おったっとったすまぬすまぬ。いいぞ、応じるぞ。
What, you just slap me?
金蔵、源氏、シャノン、カノン、ゴーダ、熊沢の6人は死亡している。
何をぼんやりしてるんだか。
Okay, I'm just gonna put the 6 are dead. The 6 are dead. I'll add a little addendum just so I know the first 6 are dead. There you go, the first 6 are dead.
よし、まずは一つ引き出したぞ。死んだふりって王道はまず否定されたな。
もはや手加減などせぬぞ。好きなだけ来るがよ。次々斜め切りにしてくれるわ。
続けて復唱要求。6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。俺たちが認識していない人物の存在を否定してみせろ。
What do you mean everybody's fucking accounted for? Badler's fucking dumb for asking that question. Shit. Everyone was accounted for at the time. There could be nobody hiding except Nanjo, but Nanjo was in the fucking guest house. He was with them. Badler, you're dumb as shit. There's only 18 humans. We've established who they are. As far as I know. Oh, all of them are dead. Oh, was somebody hiding then? What the fuck do you mean? How could they be hiding? Where? But she said literally all of them were fucking dead. Yes, like they died instantly. They literally were dead. They didn't get hit and then go. They got hit with and just hit the fucking table, you know.
密室殺人の古典ですか。致命傷を与え、しばらく後に死ぬことを確実とした場合、犠牲者が殺人者から逃れるために部屋にこもり、施錠後に死亡したなら、予期せずして。
Tell me that when they were struck the killing blow, they died.
その可能性を否定するには、赤き真実にて、6人は即死であったことを。
The fawn instantly. Bitch, what do you mean? You know what instant means. You probably eat ramen. Look at you. Alright, they died instantly.
完全な意味での死亡には数秒もしくは数分をかけたかもしれない。
They just couldn't do
だ
anything.
がいずれにせよ自らの意志で何かの行動を取る
Okay, they died instantly.
その意味において即死と断言できる。
Slash couldn't do anything. Should probably add that. Alright.
ここまでは古典の確認だ。お前との密室対決はここからだぜ。犯人は内側にいないなら外にいる。そして外からどうにかして彼らを殺したんだ。
About to get the letter in there, dipshit.
密室イコール外部からの殺害は不可能である。
Exactly. That's what. Isn't that what?
魔法殺人しかありえない。
Isn't that what she was talking about?
殺人は現に起こった。イコール密室ではないが正しいのさ。お前がどう煙に巻こうと、これは断じて密室じゃない。密室に見
Hey,
えるだけだ。
as far as I know, the keys are locked in the room where keys. Yeah.
それ以外の人物は室内には存在しておりません。
Right now, we're in the past. The victims are in rooms with no one else. In them. Seems, yeah, because nobody was. You're a fucking idiot, Renov.
お嬢様の密室定義により、外部からの遠隔殺人も明確に否定されております。
But she didn't say it in red.
まあちな、遠隔殺人の定義は広大だぜ。何も部屋の外から釣り糸を引っ張って室内の犠牲者を絞め殺したって
Yeah, he could have poisoned them.
そんなのばかりじゃねえ。例えばトラップだって立派な遠隔殺人だ。
トラップ？ほう。それは何？
And hate.
一例だが、
Music reference.
彼らにあらかじめ決められた部屋に入り、内側から施錠して自ら密室を作り出すように指示を出す。そして室内には彼らがそれとは知らないトラップが仕掛けられており、それによって彼らは殺された。どうだ、これなら矛盾は生じない。
問題ありません。現状と整合します。
Just wait until Beatrice goes, yeah, there's no traps.
お嬢様の密室定義にも抵触しません。
なんだその間抜けな推理は。いずれの室内にも不審なものは発見されなかったぞ。
It's called a tripwire. You're not gonna see a tripwire.
どのような形状なのか、どこに隠してあった
Tripwire gunshot.
どう殺したというのか。それを6人分、客間、客室、控室、貴賓室、ボイラー室、礼拝堂の6つで説明してみせよ。どうだ、できまい。
反論拒否。それを説明する必要はねえ。にもかかわらず俺の主張は揺るがない。
なんだと。ベアトリーチェ、悪魔の証明ですよ。そのトラップの形状を説明できないことがすなわちトラップ否定の理由にはなり得ない。
うまい。強引ながら見事な一手です。
すっかり手慣れおって。
All it took for Badler to be smart was to get another witch on his side.
この密室殺人は成立可能だ。
赤き真実にてそのチェックを切る。6人はトラップで殺されてはいない。
トラップの
あれだ。
Sorry, I'll play
ト
that.
ラップの定義は
Accidentally A again. Alright, not killed by traps. But yeah, what's the definition of traps? Because there's two. One is one that Fred likes, and one is one that Fred likes. You can decide which one is what.
犠牲者が勝手に引っかかって発動するやつとかだ。それだけじゃない。
She's struggling,
リ
boys.
モコンで発動するとか、タイマーで発動するとか、そういうのもろもろ全部含めたやつだ。
仕掛け人が直接関与することなしに殺人を遂行できるすべての仕掛けという定義でよろしいかと思いますよ。
どうだ、切り返したぞ。人間にこの密室が破れてたまるか。
お前も勝つために必死だな。
どういう意味だ。
お前は自分の存在を俺に認めさせようと必死に戦ってる。今まで俺は一方的にお前にいじられてるだけだと思ってた。しかし実際は違った。お前もまた俺の切り返しに必死に抗い、自分の存在を示そうと戦っている。俺はよ、今ようやく実感してるぜ。
This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not.
俺とお前の対等な戦いなんだ。
You could have just said that out loud. They didn't need me to fucking read that asshole game.
さあで
Damn.
面白くなって
Having
き
me
たぜ。
read.
6人は密室で死に、部外者は中に誰もいない。そして外部からはちょっかいは一切出せず、トラップもないときた。これまでの俺だったら、これはもう魔法の仕業しかありえねえだろうと思うだろうよ。このタイミングでお前におかしな魔法を実演されたら、そりゃ屈服もしてただろうさ。これがお前の得意戦術だ。俺の指し手を全て迎撃しきり、俺が万策尽きたと膝をつく。心の防御力が弱るその瞬間に、これ見よがしにおかしな魔法を見せつけて、一気に勝負を持っていく。
昔から短気な将軍で、勝ちの目が見えると焦る悪い癖は相変わらずです。
お嬢様はお預けができない将軍ですから。
うるさいうるさいぞ。バトラの手番であるぞ。そなたが進めたトラップの駒はわらわが赤にて切り捨てた。
Man, I keep on just kneeing this table, huh? I'm gonna back up so I stop kneeing it.
おう、トラップまで潰され、一見こいつは完全な密室犯罪に見える。だからこそここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Spin the chessboard around.
得意技よ。何をどうひっ
Da
くり
da
返
da
せるという
da
のか。
da da.
見せてみ
Spin the chessboard around.
ああ、見せてやる。
Da da da
いかにして密室
da
の中の6人を外から殺すかを考えるんじゃない。ああ、ダメだダメだ、全然ダメだ。そうさ、どうやって外から殺すかじゃない、どうやって中で死んで密室にするかなんだ。そうさ、これが答えなのさ。犠牲者6人の中に犯人が含まれていたと考えれば、この密室は極めて容易に説明できる。
How? They're fucking dead. Did they kill themselves?
バカな。その
What did we
6人
just...
は死んだ。
Yeah, like,
はっきりわらわは赤に言ったはず。
they're dead.
死んだのは6人、犠牲者は殺された5人、もう1人は自殺だったと仮定すれば、この密室は打ち破れる。
確かに犯人が最後の密室に自ら入って施錠し、自らの命を絶てば、この連鎖密室は成立します。
犯人の自殺。普通では考えられない一手ですが、考えられないから存在しない。
Then which one killed themselves?
しない。そしてその動機を立証する義務は彼にない。魔女とのチェスでしか使えない。実に
I want to know which one. I want to know who Badler thinks would kill themselves.
とは言い切れませんね。例えば金蔵は余命があとわずかと宣告されています。 りわずかの生を惜しまず自らの死をメッセージとした。
To burn himself alive? That's kind of a fucked way to go.
お嬢様、こちらの手番ですよ。
死者の尊厳を踏みにじってまで犯人を生み出してくるとはな。こいつ血も涙もない男よ。
死者を犯人に仕立て上げる、この非道なる一手だ。前回のゲームでお前がカノン君を陥れた一手だ。この手でお前に一矢報いることが、ゲームは異なるがな。あの時のカノン君への手向けだ。今俺はあの時のカノン君の無念を晴らした。
The one back in episode 2? What the fuck? Why are we bringing him up? Fuck that
ここ
cannon.
で手を休める義理はありませんよ。
And fuck the other cannon too. He'll be put on screen when I edit this video.
復讐の要求を推奨します。
ああ、だが自殺なんて甘い言い方じゃ追い詰められねえぜ。ベアト、こいつで詰めだ。復讐要求、6人は全員他殺である。
これは痛いですね。
ああ、どうしたよ。6人が殺されたんだろう。最も単純な一番最初の前提の確認でしかないぜ。復讐できねえのか。
復讐を拒否する。理由は特にない。
Of course there's no reason. Why would you admit the reason?
デザインと同じ意味だぜ。チェックメイト。6人の中に犯人がいて、密室構築後に自殺を図った。以上だ。
待て。いや、言う望み通り赤を行使するぞ。6人は誰も自殺していない。どうだ、これで満足か。
None of them. But she didn't say homicide, so one of them could have killed themselves accidentally, locked themselves in a room, found out all of them died, and then all of a sudden they just dropped dead from a heart attack. Kumasawa was pretty damn old. One of them could have died for natural causes. Genzo definitely not. He was fucking burnt alive.
切り返した。
なんだよ、言えるじゃん。
Well, she didn't fully say it.
だがおかしいな。なんであんなに狼狽してるんだ。
Because one of them didn't die from homicide. Natural causes.
必死でな。そうそう心にゆとりもないのだ。
They lock the door, they die heart attack. Asthma attack is a good thing.
されていますよ。ごまかされないように。
ダメみたいですよ、お嬢様。
Renova, I'm starting to like you a little bit again.
6人全員他殺とは言ってない。6人全員自殺にあらずとこいつは言い換えた。ということは他殺でも自殺でもない人間が混じっている。
Which means they died in natural causes.
ああ、わかったぜ、わかったわかった。これが真相だ。6人の中に潜む犯人 X は5人を殺害後密室を構築した。そしてそこから何かの方法で逃れるか隠れるかするつもりだったんだ。ところが事故った。本人すらも想定しない理由により事故死し、自ら望まない密室殺人。
Well, I wouldn't say accident. I would say...
これで決まりだぜ、ベアトリーチェ。
I wouldn't even say they, like, all died. I would say they killed them and then the stress got to them and they died. Heart attack.
その程度でわらわが追い詰められると思うか。この程度でリザインを叫ぶものか。その愚かなチェックメイト、わらわの赤き宝刀にて何度でも叩き切ってくれようぞ。 6人の中に事故死は。
Renov stopped her because she was about to throw some shit.
失礼。当方、ここで作戦タイムを所望いたします。しばしのご猶予をお許しください。
See, this is why I like Renov, because he's an actual good fucking antagonist. He's not annoying. He's like, hey, no, we need time to strategize. He's smart.
今度はお前がそれを使う番だぜ。
ありがとうございます。さあ、お嬢様、こちらへ。そして、心の中で静かに数字を100数えましょう。
Renov quickly covered Beto's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beto away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference. I don't know why I turned on auto when there is no need to turn on auto. Now there's a reason to turn on auto.
ベアートが熱くなってる今が追い込む絶好のチャンスだったんだが。
Beto normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited. Yeah, Renov being clever. He's thinking it through.
いくつかの大駒をやすやすと見捨てようとしていた。第一の番など初戦は前哨戦。あの子は引き際を誤りかけた。
つまりどういうことだい？
I'm surprised the stream hasn't ended with the stream elements bullshit that I'm seeing every 5 seconds.
赤を宣言しかけていました。
Even the recording's perfectly fine.
まだならないでしょう。しかしおそらく頭を冷やしたあの子はリザインを宣言するに違いありません。
まさかあの負けず嫌いがか？
ええ。負け戦は1秒でも早く兵を引き上げ、
I'm
い
sneeze.
かに損失を
Hold
減
on.
らすかが肝要です。難しいのはそれが負け戦であるかどうかを測る。
No, it went away.
あの子の執事はそれを冷静に判断したようです。
やれやれ。つまりあと一息のところで逃げられたってわけだな。ビシッと俺がチェックメイトを決めてとどめを刺すって流れには簡単にはならねえんだな。
でもこれはあなたの勝ちだと判断してよいでしょう。向こうはギリギリで大きな損失を踏みとどまったようですが、それでもかなりのダメージを与えたに違いありません。その傷の深さはあの子の狼狽ぶりから十分理解できたはずですよ。
だな。これ以上いじめたら泣き出しちまいそうだぜ。
I support Beatrice bullying. But only this Beatrice. As we talked, Renov returned with Beto, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
次の一手は決まったかよ。
デザインだ。この場はお前に勝ちを譲る。
Beto told me that frankly. It seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow.
お前がリザインしたってのは結局のところ俺の説もお前の説も互いが相手を否定できないイーブンって意味だからな。負けってよりは引き分けって意味で受け取っとくぜ。
Don't play nice.
この場はわらわの負けだと言っておる。そなたには雨に濡れた犬をさらに棒で叩く趣味があるというのか。
ねえよ。
Sometimes. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beto resigned. That's the one result of the first Twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the six was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted and use them as fighters in our argument. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. This first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beto wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason I felt like I'd have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. Why, so you can get railed by her again? I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. Nine. The key to the Golden Land. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit, as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor. To drink his potion so he could become Ajnan and kill everybody. You guys fucked up.
ぼんやりしてるとそれ以上に眠気が来るぜ。
無理もないわよ。私たちは夕べ寝てないんだから。
きっちり24時間をここで籠城することになるだろう。無理をせず交代で仮眠する方が賢明かもしれんね。
そうですね。私と主人がここにおりますので、辛い方は無理せずお休みになってください。相手はそれを期待してるかもしれないわよ。この人数では崩せなくても、いくらか減ったらその隙をついてくるつもり。
I mean, everyone has a fucking gun.
2人ずつ交代で3時間くらい休むとか。明日の朝は遠いわよ。今はまだ体力があるからいいけど。
Who's the odd one out that's not gonna have a pair? Rosa? Bring your child down. She'll happily beat her for a few hours. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. I'm fucking one. If I'm that tired, I'm like, I'm sleeping. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. That's when Hideyoshi walks up to Ava, goes, "Ava, we're going to sleep." And by sleep, I mean sleep.
まあみんな無理はせんでな。
眠くなったらその時に考えるわ。確かに眠いけど、今はそういう気分じゃないの。
As Ava spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. With Mr. Sako and mankind. I see a lot of signs that say Foley is God, but they got one letter wrong. Foley is not God. Foley is just good. I fucked that up, so I'm gonna redo it. I see a lot of signs out here that say Foley is God, but they got one letter wrong. See, Foley is not God, but fully is pretty damn good. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph. And she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Ava took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it. Yeah, you want to solve it with me, bitch? Step in line.
犯人の言いなりになるのは尺だけど、どうせ時間は腐るほどあるわ。退屈しのぎにはちょうどいいと思って。
Sweet fishless mackerel, I'm telling you that right now. It's on the island. The epitaph solution is on the island.
借りてもいいかしら。もう少し大きく書き直すわ。夏日さん、もう少し大きな紙はないですか？使用人室に紙くらいあるでしょう。取ってきます。
Nazi immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Kyrie borrowed Ava's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Did Nazi go alone? Because that was fucking dumb. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. Sweet fish's mackerel, bam, done.
私も一時頑張って挑戦したんだけれど、同じくさっぱりだったわ。
分かってたらのこのこと金策には来ねえさ。何しろ10トンの黄金だからな。
真面目に読むのは初めてなんだけど、大雑把に言って3部分に分かれてるのかしら。
昨夜から思っているが、キリエさんはだいぶ頭が切れるようだ。
What, are you hitting on my wife? That's what Rudolph's thinking. I'll hit on yours. Hey, Nazi, how you doing? So Jessica's kind of a fuck up.
そうね。キリエさん、率直にこの碑文を読んだ感想を聞かせてくれないかしら。
多分皆さんのお役には立てないと思うわ。みんな買いかぶりすぎよ。
いやいや、思いつきや適当でいいんだ。お前の話を聞かせてくれ。俺が悩んだ時はいつだってお前のヒントが助けてくれたんだからな。
あら、役に立ってたのね。今更だけど嬉しいわ。
よせやい。いつも感謝してるぜ。
仲がいいのね。羨ましいわ。
Oh, shut up, no husband having ass. Go find the man who birthed your child before you start talking to us about it being sweet. Kyrie was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange, but they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given.
きっと見当違いなことを言っちゃうと思うけど。じゃあ私の考えで進めてみるわね。
うん。最初に言った大雑把に言って3部分に分かれるとはどういう意味かね。
そのままの意味よ。碑文はだいたい3つのパーツに分けることができると思うの。まず最初のそこに黄金の鍵が眠るまでの5行。ここまでが鍵のありかを示した最初の部分。そして第10の番までの11行が黄金鏡そのものの場所を示した部分。そして残りの6行は黄金鏡にたどり着いてからの部分ね。そうですね。鍵と黄金鏡、そして黄金鏡の宝の話の3つに区分けできますね。
Yeah, but the last part of the epitaph is just telling you how much time you have.
鍵と扉、そして宝を示す3つの区分だ。
兄さん余計な口を挟まないで。キリエさんに自由な発想で発言してもらうのよ。
キリエ、続けてくれ。
Yeah, just because she's a woman misogynist. You don't need a man's touch.
最初に出てくる懐かしき故郷
It doesn't even say hometown. It says my beloved home of old. That's the mansion.
懐かしきとわざわざ断るところを見ると、とても思い入れのある故郷のように思えるわね。
This isn't
小田原の出身だった。
this isn't about Kinzo. This is about Beatrice.
お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃないわ。それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
そうね。多分小田原じゃないわね。聞いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
親父の人生で最大の不幸は多分後ろ宮家の当主にさせられたことだろうよ。
おそらくな。親父殿は後ろ宮家の当主になど本当はなりたくなかったんだ。
それはどこなのかしら。そしてそこに鮎の泳ぐ川は当時はあったんじゃないかしら。今はだいぶ開発が進んだでしょうから鮎はいなくなってるかもしれない。お父様が少年時代の当時に鮎がいたと言われると非常に調べるのは困難ね。
川も一本ではないだろう。地理的な意味では我々もそれぞれにかなり調べたつもりだ。エヴァに至っては現地まで直接調べに行ったんじゃないかね。
あくまでも旅行としてよ。でも街並みは当時と完全に変わってる。何しろ戦争を挟んでるのよ。お父様がどこに住んでいたのかさえ正確な場所の把握は不可能よ。多分お父様が自ら現地へ足を運んでも今となってはどこに住んでいたか特定できないでしょうね。
Was it one of the atomic bomb places?
鮎の川と言われて
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
地名は出ないの？
そうやな。何しろ鮎だぜ。水がきれいな川に住むってんだから、それこそ心当たりの川は無数だったろうさ。親父が無邪気に鮎釣りをした小川もその後の開発で埋められたりもしただろう。戦前の地図、もしくは戦前の現地に詳しい人でもいりゃ話は別だが。
多分そういう話ではないわ。
どういうことだね。
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。ここまでの2行で一度開業してるのよね。この2行だけで何かの提示が成立するのよ。その何かに基づいて次の3行が続くんじゃないかしら。
何かの提示って何やろな。
わからないわ。とにかくその2行だけでどの川かわからないとか、そんなあやふやじゃなくてはっきりとこの川という特定ができるのよ。ひょっとすると水の流れる川ではないかもしれないわね。鮎の川は何かの比喩かもしれない。鮎という言葉にはどんなイメージがあるのかしら。
鮎は鮭みたいなもんや。淡水魚だが生まれてすぐは海に出るんや。そして大きくなると川に戻ってきて生活し、そこに産卵して生涯を終えるんや。まあ一度は家を出るが大きくなって戻ってきて卵を産むってなあたりは一族繁栄的なイメージがあるかもしれんな。
へえ、淡水魚なのに海水でも生きられるのかよ。知らなかったぜ。川魚だから海には出られないと思ってたぜ。
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。私は食べたことがありませんが、塩焼きにするととても美味しいそうですよ。
I think I've had salmon once. It was good.
うまいで。今度ごちそうしたるわ。庶民の料理だ。君の口にはふさわしくない。
これは私の妄想なんだけど。
What, you want to find your father of your child?
家系図を疑ったことがあるの。鮎は一度海へ出るけ が生まれた川に帰ってきて産卵するんでしょ。まるで私のことみたいだなって思って。そうね、今だから白状するけど、私もあなたとマリアちゃんのことを指してるんじゃないかって疑ったことがあるわ。
なるほど。川を下ればやがて里あり。家系図を下ってくと見つかる里はマリアの名に含まれる里の字だけだ。
でしょ。でもみんなも知っての通り、お父様はマリアのことを毛嫌いしてて。
That's why he hit the gold with her.
交わしたこともない。
He forced her to swallow a key.
お父様はかつてマリアに全然違う名前をつけるように言っていたの。それを私が勝手にマリアにした。お父様はそれをとても怒っていたわ。その経緯を考えると、財産や家督を引き継ごうという大切な碑文にマリアの名を引用するとはとても思えなくて。マリアちゃんに碑文を読ませたことは？ええ、もちろんあるわ。でも
Hit the fucking table again.
魔女の復活の儀式みたいな相変わらずのオカルト話ばかりでさっぱりだったわ。
親父殿とマリアの接点。確かに両者にオカルト趣味はあるが、全く交流はなかった。私もマリアのことを指しているとは思えんね。
懐かしきとわざわざ冒頭につけているのが私は気になるわ。さっきみんなが言っていたように、お父さんにとって後宮家の当主となることが不本意だったとしたなら、それを懐かしんだりするかしら。それは後宮本家を指す小田原ではないと思うの。私にはこの懐かしきという冒頭の一語がお父様にとってとても大切な思い出深い場所を示しているに違いない。
Yes, the mansion on this island.
まあいいさ。
But not this mansion, the other one.
さっぱりだから特定は困難だが、とにかく親父の少年時代の故郷に鮎が泳げる川は何本かあった。
Because it's where he probably had sex with that Beatrice over and over again.
それから続けてよ、キリエさん。川を下ればやがて里ありからの産業はちょっとよくわからないわ。これは多分鮎の川の2行に連結してる。鮎の川の正体がわかれば多分自然と意味がつながるものなのよ。それがわからない限りこの産業を先に解こうとしても無駄でしょうね。
鮎の川の正体がわからねえとお手上げか。しかも文字通り河川を指した保証もねえときた。たっ、鮎ってのは何なんだ。親父の好物か、それとも何か特別な意味があるのか。
It has to have a special meaning.
ミクロとマクロの2つの視点を持たないと視野が
Because it's macro.
深く考えすぎる。
Kumasawa really wrote the epitaph.
魚が泳いでいる川、あるいは流れ、下るもの、登るもの、そのくらいの抽象的なイメージにしておいた方が発想が柔軟になっていいかもしれないわ。そして鮎の川の答えが続く産業を経て黄金鏡の鍵にたどり着く。こうして考えると3つの区分というのは間違いかしら。正確には4つの区分ね。鮎の川を下り黄金鏡の鍵を見つけ、黄金鏡へ旅立つ、そして黄金鏡の宝。
実に面白い。せっかくだ。続けて碑文の最も中心的な部分である黄金鏡にたどり着く第10の番までの見解を聞かせてくれんか。
この碑文の中で最も象徴的で、
Oh, that's just a plain ritual to fucking kill all of you.
部分ね。生贄なんて単語が連発するから、ついついお父様のオカルト儀式と関係があるんじゃないかと思ってしまうけど、キリエさんならどう見るかしら。
Kairu crossed her arms several times. peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it.
これはとても難しいわね。鍵を手にせし者はから始まるということは多分鍵を理解していないと話が進まない。お手上げではあるけれど一応挑戦してみるわね。
鮎の川が水の流れる川とは限らないように、その鍵もまた本当に鍵の形状をしたものなのか疑わしいわね。
そうね。暗号とかキーワードの可能性もあるわ。だってこの鍵は鍵穴に刺すものじゃない。第一の番に6人の生贄を選ぶためにあるんだもの。その意味においてはこの鍵は黄金鏡の扉を開くものじゃないと言い切れるわね。
しかし物騒な鍵です。6人もの生贄を選ぶ鍵なんて。
鍵がどうやって選ぶんや。ルーレットみたいにくるくる回すんかいな。
この鍵がある特定の6人を指し示す。いいえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないならば、例えばアナグラムかもしれないわ。
アナグラム？
アナグラム。
ええ、さっきローザさんが家系図の話でマリアちゃんの名前に里が含まれてという話をしていた時からずっと考えてるの。例えばルドルフさんは懐かしき故郷という単語からずっと地形的座標的なものを想定しているようだけど、そうじゃないかもしれない。これはある種の謎々、あるいは文字遊びかもしれないって。
ごめんなさい。文字遊びとは何ですか？
カモメカモメカチンカチンみたいなやつさ。歯を抜いたらなみたいな。夏日さんは育ちがいいから知らねえだろ。
歯を抜くと？
よしなさい。君にはふさわしくない品のない遊び。
Wait, hold on. Like, Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. That's honestly what I thought. I didn't want to say anything, but I wanted to confirm. But it literally is suck me balls. Suck me balls! That's what it is. It's suck me balls! It seems she really guessed that the answer had to be something undignified. Going by Rudolph and Ava's. Blur that. Censor that. Censor that word.
夏日姉さん、こういうことです。マリアのなぞなぞブックにあったんですけどね、タヌキの手紙っていうのがあるんです。タの文字がいっぱい混じった暗号みたいな手紙があるんだけど、タの文字を抜くとそこに正しい文章が浮かび上がるみたいな、そんな遊びがあるんですよ。
なるほど。
I prefer Rudolph's explanation. Natsuhi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment.
その抜くというのが案外殺すというのに転じるかもね。
ええ、私もそれを思ったところなの。黄金鏡の鍵とはひょっとすると6文字の単語かもしれない。
つまりタヌキの手紙の「タ」が6文字あるっちゅうわけか。これはややこしいこっちゃな。
文字遊びか。日本では子供の遊びという印象が強いが、特に英語圏では知識人のこじゃれたユーモアでもあるらしい。
Yeah, people love this shit over
親父
here.
殿が関心を示すことは十分に考えられるね。
ただここで急にわからなくなるの。ここまでの流れは謎に満ちていながらも非常に順番的だった。鮎の川、それを下れ、 して鍵を見つけろと非常に順番的。そしてその結果6文字の鍵を手に入れたと仮定するんだけど、そうすると何から6文字を殺すのかわからなくなるの。
そういやそうだな。6文字を何から引くんだ。その提示がないな。
第2の番に残されし者はとある。ということは少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。なのに最初に提示があるべき何かがわからないの。やっぱり文字遊びという過程が間違っているのかしら。
Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just one step short. Then Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter.
すまんすまん。
How you fat fuck, you're hungry.
珍しく普段使わん頭を回したもんですっかり空腹になってしもた。やはり朝食抜きは答えるわなあ。
夏日、ここには何かないのかね。
軽食の備え程度があったはずです。用意しますね。
俺も腹ペコだ。上のガキどもも腹ペコだろうよ。しかし18人分も、そして3食もここに備蓄があるのかはちょいと疑問だな。
そうやな。明日まで長丁場や。一度屋敷に戻って厨房で缶詰の。
Yeah, all of you go together as a group. The kids, Nanjo, who's Ajnan at the moment, and all of you, bam, get them shit better.
今はそれでいい。すまんが準備してくれんかね。
It looked like the men had taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on, like she was going to burn a hole through it.
文字遊びはあくまでも私の仮説。それが間違ってる可能性もあるわ。エヴァさん、あまり根詰めないで。ありがとう。私の勝手でやってるの。放っといてくれないかしら。
Ava spoke coldly. Kairi didn't bother her anymore. Instead, she went to help Natsu prepare breakfast.
姉さん、私たちも朝食の準備手伝った方がよ。
No, go find your damn father of your child.
私はこれを解くので忙しいの。
ごめんなさい。じゃあ私手伝ってくるわね。
まったく、なんであなたはそんななの？この碑文を解いた人間が後宮家の家督を譲られるのよ。あなたは関係ないと初めから諦めているようだけど、もしも解ければローザにだって家督を引き継げるチャンスがある。あの兄さんから全てを奪うチャンスなのよ。どうしてその千載一遇のチャンスをあなたは真剣になって挑めないの？
Too busy beating a child.
それは。
Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad
あ
mood.
んたも何か気づいたことがあるんなら言いなさいよ。私やキリエさんは真剣に推理してたのに、あんたは相槌ばかりだったじゃない。ほら、何か気づいた点はないの？ほら。
これ不思議よね。
不思議？何が？
黄金鏡っていう単語よ。何度も出てくるわよね。黄金鏡って単語。
それが何よ。黄金鏡を文字分解すると何かキーワードにでもなるの？
そうじゃなくて、ほら、この第10の番だけおかしいでしょ。みんな黄金鏡なのに、なぜかここだけ
黄金の里なの。わざわざ「の」が一文字混じるのよね。どうしてここだけ言い方が違うのか漠然と気になってて。別に意味なんてないわよね。お父様のことだもの。ちょっとした言葉のあやでたまたま言い方を変えただけかもしれないしね。
Rosa just solved the whole damn thing right there.
つまらん。おや、何がつまらないのですか？
Why am I here?
つまらん。
Take me back!
はてさて、この子が何をぼやいているのかさっぱりですよ。
おそらくマダムがバトラ様にいろいろと入れ知恵をしたのが不満なのでしょう。
別にそんなの不満ではないぞ。不甲斐ないバトラがようやくわらわに釣り合うレベルになったので、むしろ満足してるくらいだぞ。少しバトラ君と仲良くしすぎましたか。若い子同士に任せて老人は退散した方がいいのかしら。
When Virgilia and Renov giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit. Oh, yeah, Shad. Stone cold. With that damn glass break. What?
かしこまりました。それではしばしのお暇をいただきます。
Renov bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
この島に19人以上いないと言ったあの赤がむしろあなたを追い詰めました。やっぱりな、ちょっと早いかなとは思ったんだが、やっぱ早かったかな。彼をもっと迷走させてからならともかく、全くにもって無駄な切り札でしたよ。むしろ彼を奮起させてしまいました。
In addition to denying the witch, Badler possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Badler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Badler was stubborn. But that was exactly why Fishers would run all through him like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile spot. That issue should have been his greatest weak point, but...
前回圧勝だったんで、ちょいと油断が過ぎたかな。ええ、油断が過ぎましたね。前回はバトラ君にとって難易度の高いゲームでしたが、どうやら今回はあなたにとって難易度の高いゲームになりそうですよ。割れた壺は決して元に戻ることはない。未練がましくかけらを拾うより、他の手を考えた方が建設的というもの。しかし、すっかり知恵をつけたバトラーにどう仕掛ければよいというのか。炉の上のクッキーよりあなたが困っている顔の方がお茶菓子にぴったりですよ。
This is where the hentai starts.
バトラもお師匠様もどの上までもわらわを茶化扱いだ。わらわは決して甘くはないというのに。
With the shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Badler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table.
お師匠様、せめてヒントを。おや、何のヒントですか？
You know what? Maybe now this is where the hentai starts.
せめてヒントだけでも。ダメですよ。私は今バトラ君の味方をしていますから。
And she says, but for a certain price, I will. And then, you know what happens next. I'm not gonna explain it.
師匠を超えたと散々豪語していた気がしますが。年寄りらしく老快な知恵を一発授けてくれよ。頼むよ。バトラにばっかりずるいってよ。もう相変わらずのだだっこですね。でも確かにちょっとバトラ君にヒントを与えすぎたかも。
Alright, so now you're working against him, huh?
あなたのお灸にはなったけど、フェアなゲームとしては少し肩入れをしすぎたかもしれない。そうであろう、そうであろう。頼むよ、お師匠様。せめて今後のヒントだけでも。ヒントだけですよ。
She playing both sides.
考えるのですよ。自分で考えるからさ、頼むよ。バトラをケチョンケチョンにできるやつを頼むよ、お師匠様。
Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Badler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Virgilia sighed at how childish Beto still was despite all the time that had passed.
ではヒントだけ。
Alright, what's the hint?
イソップ寓話の北風と太陽というお話を知っていますか？もちろん。旅人のマントを奪うために北風と太陽が勝負する話であろう？そうです。乱暴かつ性急な方法が常に最善の選択肢とは限らないということです。言われなくても分かっておるわ。わらわが勝ちを焦りすぎたことはすでに反省しておる。意味はよく考えることですよ。それからバトラ君も少々誤解があったようですが、あなたにも誤解があるようです。あなたはこのゲームの勝利条件を理解していますか？バトラを屈服させることの他に何があるというのか。ほら、その時点でもう間違っていますよ。わらわが何を間違えたというのか。あなたの勝利はバトラ君を屈服させることではありませんよ。バトラ君にあなたという存在を認めてもらうことではありませんか？なんとバトラにゴマを吸ってわらわを魔女と認めてください、お願いしますと頼み込めというのか。愚かな。そこまでわらわは落ちぶれてはおらぬ。
Beto growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple was as short-tempered as ever. I'll say that because I can at least define the two.
ヒントは出しました。あとはあなたがよく考えることですよ。いずれにせよ、バトラ君にこれまでの手は通用しません。相当の戦略転換が必要になるでしょう。言われずとも分かっておる。北風と太陽の話は何が言いたいのかさっぱりだが、とにかく方針を変えねばならぬことは分かった。お師匠様もあっと驚くような奇策を披露してみせるぞ。それは楽しみですね。バトラ君はそれにどう挑むのかしら。あなたの健闘も祈っていますよ。バトラのついでにであろう。もう投げ出してこうさん。そんなに眠いならお布団かぶって眠っちゃえば。
As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself.
あんなにもクラウスから当主の座を奪ってやりたいって夢見てきたんでしょ。そのチャンスを私の魔法が与えたのに、あなたはもう放り投げちゃうの？そうは言うけれど、この謎は本当に難解よ。知恵の輪の方がまだマシだわ。解けるってことが絶対に約束されているもの。でもこの碑文の謎はそれすらも約束されているかわからない。私は挑むだけ無駄な勝負を挑んでるのかもしれない。
Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child. And the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No, the door right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and it's still unable to reach the other side?
そうよ。あなたは扉に手をかけている。さあ、それを力いっぱい開くの。そしてその扉に書かれた文字を読むのよ。力いっぱい開く。扉に書かれた文字を読む。
Strain your eyes, see through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook.
懐かしき故郷は私たちの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。お父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだもの。そうね。ならアユの川は、それが泳ぐ川は複数あるし、お父様が住んでいた場所のすぐ近くにあったかは怪しい。アユの生息するどの川が地図上距離的に近いかなんて話になると、急に曖昧になって特定ができなくなる。自分で言ったじゃない。水の流れる川かどうかわからないって。アユという言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば。川で考えるの。川で。家系図という連想は悪くないわ。その要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて。
A bookstore.
川じゃなかったらアユは泳げないのに。ああ、でもアユが泳げるってことは海までつながってるのかしら。川魚だけど海に出るってうちの人も言ってたし。海まで。いえ、でも。 気づいた。でもうろ覚えなの。ここには書庫があったはず。調べれば確認できるわ。それがアユの川なら、そしてカには6文字の単語かもしれないなら。
What are you talking about?
本当にその川に眠ってるというの？
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
本当にわからないの？よく考えて。私たちは下手に頭がいいから発想が硬いのよ。碑文の謎なんて大層に考えないで、子供の謎だと思って。男なんていくつになったって子供なの。お父様が老境に差し掛かったとしても、心の中の本質的な
Who's sexist now?
子供と何も変わらない。お父様への畏怖を捨てるの。マリアが船の中で突然出してくるようなくだらなくて低俗な謎遊びだと思って。謎くだらない低俗な。あれは確かなんだっけ。
I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library.
私たちは多分もう答えに気づいてるわ。あとはそれが 正しいか調べるだけよ。さあエヴァ、誰にも気づかれないように書庫へ。あそこにはお父様の書斎から溢れ出した硬い本が山積み。
Well, I mean, you could tell your husband.
私たちの疑問に答えてくれる本が見つかるわ。急いで。これが生涯で最初で最後の私たちの夢の叶うチャンス。
When Natsuki tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up.
ごめんなさい。起こしてしまいましたね。
エヴァ、眠いなら無理をしなくていいぞ。お前から休みなさい。
ありがとう。ちょっとお化粧室に行って顔を洗ってくるわね。
無理をせんと休んだ方がいいで。また体に触るで。
本当に大丈夫だってば。すぐ戻るわね。
After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger, so that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as the study overflowed. This so-called library is mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun readied, making sure that there was no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode. Probably not, because they would have left already. In fact, I don't even know what you're looking for.
クラウスとルドルフは気づかないと思うわ。でもキリエはわからない。あいつおかしな勘が鋭いわ。あとはローザもわからない。ローザも愚鈍よ。昔っから呆れるくらいにね。そう？あなたに愚鈍と思い込ませて不必要な恨みを買わない程度には賢いと思ってる。あった。これになら載ってるかしら。
I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages.
これ、鮎の皮？なるほど。
What is?
鮎の皮とはそういう意味。
What does it mean?
もたもたしないでさらに調べて。
Tell me.
わかってる。川を下ればやがて里あり。里って町や村って意味。人口密集地だもの。そんなのいくらでもあるわよ。どうして思考を停止するの？嫌ならやめちゃえば？後ろ宮家の当主はキリエに譲っちゃえば？嫌よ。私が当主になるの。これがその。
That's why I thought she was gonna kill everybody. Because she's like, I need to be the head.
里ってどういう意味？この川を下ると里なんてあるの？その里にて二人が口にし岸を探れ。岸よ。わかってる？
I'm starting to hear the chanting. That means something like butterflies are about to appear. The pieces that I had been able to understand it all begin to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really?
でもこれは全然6文字じゃないわ。これが答えに間違いないって断言できるけど、これは全然6文字に満たない。また思考停止？ならそれを6文字で読める方法を考えなさい。思いつかないなら調べなさい。
What? Tell me! She's gonna die before we know.
それが黄金鏡への私たちの子供の頃からの夢への鍵。その鍵を挿す鍵穴はあそこしかない。生贄に捧げるのはきっとあれ。もうわかるよね。
Why are you screaming like that? Oh, Stone Cold wants to know why you're screaming like that, son. What? You want to drink a beer? What? You don't want to drink a beer with Stone Cold? What? You make me cry. What? I said, you make me cry. What? Melancholy. What?
こっちへ回れってことよね。こいつらが
Was she outside in the dark? My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an open mouth in the eerie darkness. The fuck is going on? When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights like you'd find in a coal mine turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Eerily enough, it looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I would be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch, and as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully started forwards, I descended the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself, and there, characters had been written in dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since in the end I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. What is going on? My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right, it had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in, an extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I'd never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed, and had lived in this room. It is confirmed the gold is on the island! I knew it was on the island this whole fucking time! Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it. The gold. Wait, does that mean the game's over? My gasp came out strangely, like a bunny being choked. After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. I feel like the game is over now. Like, Beatrice won't kill anybody anymore. On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. The Ushiro-miya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place, but it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there and judging by the height, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. Congrats are in order, I guess? I guess you're the smartest person in this family. Now the main question, does Beatrice just fuck off now? Because that'd be fantastic. In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out from my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold, but from now on there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushiro-miya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. I'll buy everything, including the world! With this gold, I can finally find Rosa's father of her child. Well, if George doesn't kill himself because Shannon died. Think again, bitch. And that's when Kraus shoots her. It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I have wished for ever since I was born to this world as Ushiro-miya Eva had been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity, and I can also give my only son George eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Ushiromiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it. And that means I truly have succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship. I'm expecting her to get shot by Kraus. That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights.
おめでとう、私。おめでとう、後ろ宮エヴァ。私たちの悲しい半生は、今ここに、すべての念願が叶って消化されたわ。
I applaud for you. I give you my congrats. I give you my GGs.
このチャンスに恵まれた。このチャンスがあったから。私はここにたどり着くことができた。
ありがとう。でも私の魔法は私たちが互いに信じ合わなくちゃ叶えることができなかった。だから私の魔法の力だけじゃない。私たちの勝利よ。だからこそおめでとう。私たち。
ありがとう。私、ありがとう。後ろ宮エヴァ。
I'm waiting for a gun. You feel lucky, punk. Oh, elite Scooby-Doo. That's awesome. That's what I'm waiting for. Specifically that being said. And then a gunshot. And then Ava's dead on the ground. And Cross is standing over her going, thick again. Or like Rudolph. Or Beatrice herself is just standing there going, this is my goal, bitch. I don't keep my promises to you. Ava decided to leave for the time being, when she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place. I don't like the dripping water. She saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Oh, okay. Now this is a fucking shot right here. Now this is a fucking shot. For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other. And eventually, they each realized who the other was. Oh, shit. Rosa's gonna fucking blast her ass, dude.
姉さん、こんなところで何をしているの？お互い様よ。あなたこそ、こんなところへ何のご用？姉さんにヒントをあげるんじゃなくて。
Oh my god, she knew the whole fucking time.
ここにたどり着いたのは、きっと私が一番だった。残念よ。
It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her.
言うわね。私より遅くたどり着いたくせに。
One of them's getting fucking shot.
川に悩みすぎたわ。あゆなんて大した意味ないじゃない。そんなことないわよ。立派なヒントだったじゃない。まあ確かにアユである必要はなかったかも。でもアユが海に出る魚だと聞いて、私はそれで気づいたの。この奥には何が？
Gold.
自分の目で確かめたら。
Don't trust her, she'll fucking shoot you. She'll shoot the shit out of you if you turn your back. I'm telling you right now, she'll fucking blast.
当主が誰になるかなんて興味ない。後ろ宮の席だって興
手になるんだって
I just want a little
ク
gold.
ラウス兄さんから姉さんがその座を奪うならかえって小気味がいいくらいよ。
本気で言ってるの？
もちろんよ。私は後宮兄弟のはぐれ者。仮に私が当主跡継ぎだとお父様に指名されたとしても、それを兄さんたちが認めてくれるわけもない。そこまで甘い夢は見てないつもりよ。私にも見せてよ、姉さんの勝利の証を。私は兄弟で取り決めした正当な取り分さえもらえれば、むしろ姉さんがこのゲームの正当な勝利者だと積極的に認めるつもりよ。
私を撃っちゃえば、この黄金はローザの。
Yeah, but that's what you want to do too.
それは同じよ。姉さんが私を撃てば。
See, now this is good. Now this is good. I don't care about no magic shit. I want this. For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in the other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from, when she saw that Rosa held hers the same way.
そうね。相手を撃って黄金を独り占めにしようという提案はお互いにとって魅力的ね。でも台風で隔絶したこの島から突然失踪すれば絶対に大騒ぎになる。ここに死体を隠せば簡単には見つからないだろうけど、それも絶対ではない。
何百億円の黄金があろうとも、殺人の罪を犯すリスクには割が合わないわ。むしろそれを出しにされてクラウス兄さんたちに絞り取られるのがオチね。
同感よ。ここに現れたのが兄さんやルドルフであるくらいなら、あんたであったことは不幸中の幸いかもしれない。私は兄弟であんたを一番信用してるもの。
ありがとう。私も姉さんのこと兄弟で一番信用してるわよ。
Ooh, I can sense a betrayal.
私も
I can fucking
黄金を
sense
見
it.
たいわ。
見る？私ももう一度見たくなったわ。この目で見たにもかかわらず、まだ現実感が湧かないの。あなたと一緒に見て、確かに存在することをもう一度確かめないと、霧になって黄金が消えてしまいそうな気がするわ。
Ava started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Then they reached that room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. Rosa and Ava walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly so that they had to be careful when they returned. It was time to snap to it and keep their guards up.
おめでとう姉さん。ありがとう。姉さんが決めたのよね。後宮家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに5割って。ここで聞いてくるとはね。今やそれはクラウス兄さんのことではない。だから姉さんの取り分が5割とその4分の1で125億。すごい取り分じゃない。私は25億で満足よ。ルドルフ兄さんだって文句は言わないわ。文句を言うのはクラウス兄さんだけでしょうね。
そうね。何しろ六軒島の実質的管理者は兄さんだもの。そしてその敷地内に黄金があった以上、第一発見者が私でもうまくことを運ばないとややこしいことになりそうよ。
ならないわよ。そこまでをも想定して私たちは昨べ散々議論を尽くしたんじゃない。
果たしてそううまくいくかしらね。私はもうすっかり興奮は冷めてるわよ。ここからの調整の方がむしろ問題ね。
それは 新しき後宮家当主の問題ね。姉さんが楽しむべき問題よ。私には関係ないわ。言うわね。第二発見者として
Rosa is a schemer.
するから、どうか例の前払い分、私の1億5000万だけは3月までにお願い。
ええ、いいわ。私に協力するなら、それくらい気前よく払うわ。
Rosa's a fucking schemer, dude. I'm not trusting her.
とりあえずは兄さんたちを驚かせましょう。実際の場所は伏せるにしても、早くクラウス兄さんの驚く顔が見たいわ。
ちょっと待ってよ、ローザ。それをみんなに伝えるのはまだ待って。
え？どうして？
バカね、決まってるでしょ。相手はあの尊大なクラウス兄さんにずる賢いルドルフなのよ。やがては発表するにしても今はまだ早いわ。どうやって話を進めるか慎重に検討してからじゃないと、せっかく見つけた黄金を全て兄さんにかすめ取られることもあり得るわよ。
Ava thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised.
何か不満なの？クラウス兄さんたちの性分はあんただってよく知っているでしょうが。
姉さん、それはルール違反よ。
何の話よ。
What fucking
私
rules?
たちは誰が黄金を見つけてもすぐに報告するというルール
Oh
になってい
shit.
たはずよ。それを渋ればルールの根底が崩れて、後で何かの火種になるかもしれないわ。クラウス兄さんが狡猾であるならばあるほどに、そのルール違反は後でこじれるわ。
バカ言わないで。ここは兄さんの島なのよ。そしてさっきの黄金はキャッシュじゃない。10トンもの莫大な換金物の山なのよ。運び出して現金化するには相当の手間をかけるわ。そしてそれはこの島を実効支配している兄さんにあらゆる面で有利に働くわ。そんなこともわからないのあんたは。
Betrayal.
そういう腹の探り合い、私は好きじゃないの。私は自分の取り分の25億をはっきり確定させたいだけ。もちろん姉さんが私に現金25億を今すぐ渡してくれるなら、あとは姉さんがどう交渉しようと勝手よ。でも私の取り分が手元に入るまでは、私は
Betrayal. She shoots Rosa right now.
何を甘いことを。あんた兄さんのずる賢さを何も分かってない。
It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Ava was being so cautious. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Ava wanted to keep all of the gold to herself, because she knew that Ava was at least as crafty as her other siblings. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Ava had to keep the gold all to herself, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery.
ローザ、悪いけど今だけは私の言うことを聞きなさい。
言うことを聞かないと1億5000万は用意できないってこと？
そういう言い方をしているつもりはないわ。でもあなたが本当にそのお金を必要としているなら、私に協力した方が現実的よ。兄さんたちに話せばその当然の取り分すらもなくなってしまうかもしれない。それは嫌でしょ。
I knew it for a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of restraint as a younger sister. Now, I see a solution here. A very easy solution that will fix all of this. Run to the guest house and give Maria the gun! Give her the gun! She'll solve it! There's just the ruthlessness. No, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Ava made light of it, chuckling.
そうな殺人事件が起こったばかりで、その犯人がまだ島の中にいるかもしれないってのに、こんなところで立ち話なんて、私たちもつくづく不用心ね。
どうせ使用人たちの茶番でしょ。この島で殺人事件なんてもともと起こってないのよ。
あら、やっぱりそう思う
6人の死亡状況ではっきり説明がつくわ。あの6人の密室は外部犯行では絶対に作れない。南條先生は全員死んでるって言ったけど、あれも嘘ね。これは全てお父様が仕組んだ手の込んだお芝居よ。使用人たちはみんな死んだふりをしているだけよ。もともと殺人なんか起こってない。殺人犯なんかうろついてるわけがないのよ。
へえ、あんたがそれに気づくとは意外ね。割と怯えてるように見えたから、そこまでは気づいてないと思ったのに。
私、そういう場の空気は読む方なの。
She's a fantastic actor. Why do you think she acts like she beats Maria, but she really doesn't? That's right, come to think of it, now that the servants are dead, almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushiromiya family. As for Nanjo, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants, but when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the second floor, as if he didn't want to get in the way.
すべて私たちに非分に挑戦してもらおうというお芝居よ。だからこそ姉さんが勝利者であるという宣言が必要なのよ。あの焼死体が本当のお父様なわけがない。足の指の数が同じ死体をどこかで調達してわざわざ悪趣味に焼いてみせたのよ。きっとどこかに隠れて私たちがどう振る舞うかを監視してるわ。姉さんが黄金鏡に至ったこともきっとすでに知るところよ。だからこそ早く姉さんが勝利者であると宣言すべき。きっとお父様がどこからともなく現れて手を叩きながら姉さんこそが跡継ぎだと宣言してくれるわ。まあでも私は姉さんから1億5000万を無心しなくてはならない以上、何も逆らうことなんかできないわね。
私の言うことを聞いて兄さんたちには黙っているということね。
She's scheming.
ローザ、
私は話したいわ。ルールを定めたのはつい昨べよ。それを保護にすべきではないわ。
もちろん必ず兄弟の前で発表はするわ。でもその前によく状況を確認したいのよ。
Yeah, you don't have to tell him when you found it, just tell him that you found it. Yeah, give Maria the gun. She'll handle it all. That is the solution to every problem. Just give Maria the gun.
独り占めしたくて内緒にするわけじゃないわ。
やがてはきっとみんなに発表するの。
I honestly doubt that she will.
私だって早く兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたいもの。
姉さんの言う考える時間というのは
About 3 years.
そんなの考えてみなくちゃわからないわ。
一晩あればそれは十分。
一晩ってそんなの約束できないわよ。
次期当主の姉さんに敬意を表して一晩は姉さんに協力するわ。今年の親族会議は台風が通り過ぎて船が迎えに来る明日の朝まで。そうね、海猫の鳴く頃にはお開きになる。そこまでは私も黙ってることにする。それ以上の考える時間が
When the seagulls cry is really like a tagline.
その時に改めて相談しましょう。私は姉さんの立場を最大限汲み取って協力するわ。
あんた食えないわね。びっくりよ。それだけのたくましさがあったなんて。
女は子を持つと強くなるって本当ね。マリアを産んで私はそれを強く自覚したわ。
Well, it might not be because you had Maria. It might be because you're busy getting some muscles from punching Maria.
ええ、そうね。姉さんが黄金を独り占めにするなんて考えない。 公平な当主跡継ぎだと信じてるの？
もちろんでしょ。ちゃんと黄金は兄弟で山分けするわよ。いやよ、これは私が見つけた。私たちが碑文の謎を解いたんだから。だからこの黄金は全て私のものだ。
Inner strife.
誰にも譲らないわ。私が後ろ宮家の当主なのよ。私が。
The witch inside Ava claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't reach Ava's either. Indeed. Oh. My bad. So it's over. Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room, and that room shone the color of gold. Beatrice took a ring off her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. Ava stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday, focused on this day over and over again. It was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head and had been handed over to her. And, timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. 'Cause fuck you, Kraus! In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality.
全ての黄金、そしてそれにより築き上げた全ての財産、そして後宮家の家督と名誉、そして我が力と無限の魔女の称号をそなたに引き継ごう。
魔女の称号。
わらわのすべての魔力と無限の魔女にして黄金の魔女の
Oh shit. Wait, Ava is just now Beatrice?
先代にしたい称号とともにわらわの名ベアトリーチェをそなたに譲り渡す。今こそそなたが名乗る
So now everybody's fine. Ava gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too
我が
bright.
名においてこれより黄金の魔女の継承を執り行おうぞ。
Oh shit! The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle, and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice on the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Ava automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Ava's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming.
後宮エヴァ、そなたは魔女の碑文の謎を見事にこの黄金鏡へたどり着いた。その異名をたどり、そなたに無限の魔法のすべて、無限と黄金の両
I have a dilemma on my hand now.
そなたはこれに我がベアトリーチェを名乗るがよかろう。さあ、面を上げよ。そして立ちてこの杖を受け取れ。
ありがたき幸せ。
Ava stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in that brilliant sparkle of gold, as the gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded the Golden Witch, Ava felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were opened for the first time in her life. Ava, no, the new Beatrice turned around handedly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Yeah, there's a dilemma that I have that I'm gonna have to explain.
あなたには無限の魔女にふさわしい落ち着きを期待していますよ。お師匠様、今は真面目な儀式中なんだから、そういうのはなしで頼むよ。
黄金の魔女の継承。
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add, I'm gonna have to mention a few things after this.
私はロノウエと申します。黄金の魔女様にお使いを許されている72柱の悪魔でございます。これより常におそばに控えております。何か不自由がございましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
ありがとう。
Ava Beatrice. No, what?
口は悪いが頼れるわ。
That name kinda disgusted me.
その男に相談すれば晴れるであろう。
そして先代ベアトリーチェ様、ようやくこうしてお会いできたのにこれ以上のお使いを許されず、とても残念です。この1000年間とても楽しく過ごさせていただきました。深く感謝いたします。
そなたの1000年、退屈はなかった。新しき魔女の世話、どうかよろしく頼む。
はい、先代ベアトリーチェ様の最後のご命令、このロノウへしかと聞き届けました。
感謝しなさいよ。あんたの魔女継承の推薦人にサインしてあげたんだからね。つまり私がサインしなかったらあんたは魔女になれなかったってわけだから、少しは感謝の。
Leave, child. Get the fuck out of
こち
here.
らは絶対の魔女。
Nobody likes you. Leave.
そなたの無限の魔女継承には元老院の魔女の推薦が必要なの。ラムダデルタ教はそなたを推薦され後見人となってくだされた。
ちょっとベアと、この子感謝が足りないわ。やっぱ推薦やめる。
推薦人は子供の使いじゃないでしょう。サインしたならきっちり責任取りなさい。
ラムダデルタ教は絶対の魔女でもある。
I'm still in the same chapter, right? Nothing fucking changed.
強固にする絶対の運命。
I feel like I passed out and I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore.
とても気に入る。
I like zonked out or something. I don't know. I'm very confused.
不遇の
Last thing I remember is give Maria the gun, and then all of a sudden Ava, child Ava is here talking to shitty witches.
うぬぼれないでよね。つーんだ。
I'm not missing anything.
まあ奇跡というよりは偶然ね。私が推薦するには値しない。
こちらはベルンカステル教。とても気難しい御人でね。だが
Yeah, I like honestly at this point, this I don't fucking know. This is why I quit Forum Theories, because like, what fucking theory exists off of this?
新しきベアトリーチェ様、ぜひ私たちにもご挨拶させてください。
どうもはじめまして。
The seven sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister Lucifer took a step forward and kneeled.
こやつらはわらわに仕えし神だ。継承祝いにそなたに使わせ、そなたに黄金の魔女を継承した後、自らの復活の儀式を執り行ってもらわねばならない。その儀式において煉獄の七姉妹たちは欠かせぬ役割を果たす。くせ者ぞろいだが役には立つぞ。手足とするがよい。常にベアトリーチェ様のおそばに何事もお命じください。必ずや遂行してご覧に入れます。
Except you don't. You failed to kill Canon single-handedly. Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulation for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal. But there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was the truth she could should definitely understand.
これはどういうことなんだ。もちろん鵜呑みにするつもりはねえが、一体どういう意味なんだ。エヴァおばさんが新しいベアトリーチェに魔女になっちまったっていうのか。そんなバカな。
わらわも驚いておる。まさかあの碑文を解く者が現れるとはな。しかしそういうルール。
Wait, are you just gone?
それにのっとり黄金の魔女
Wait, you're gone.
我が名を引き継いだ
Wait, what?
驚かれるには
Oh, wait.
お嬢様はもとよりそういうルールを手紙に記されて公示されております。エヴァ様がそれを最初に成し
Now hold on a second. Now hold on a minute. I didn't sign off on fucking nothing.
ワルギリアいるか。
はいおりますとも。
この茶番が意味するところは何だ。おかしな魔女たちが次々と現れる描写はあいつのざれ言だとしても、これじゃまるでエヴァおばさんが魔女になっちまったみたいじゃないか。
落ち着いて。黄金の魔女という称号が継承され、あるいは
What do you mean? What? What the fuck are we talking about, lady?
継承式はそれをあの子の解釈で演出したものに過ぎないに違いない。同じ手に何度もかからないで。
Like, I'm sorry, but I have several questions that are not getting answered.
だがエヴァおばさんが碑文の謎を解いたことまでは事実。そしてそれは同時に後ろ宮家の家督を受け継いだことも指す。そして10トンの黄金を得たということは、エヴァおばさんが黄金の魔女を自称してもいいということなのか。くそ、相変わらずややこしいことをしやがって。
やれやれ。無粋なる人間には式典の総合さ。
I'm just unable to comprehend in general what the fuck is happening.
空気を読めぬのが人間というもの。そなたを哀れには思うが。
Beatrice, I'll slap the shit out of you. There's a reason why you're my rival. I don't like you. This isn't friendly rivalry. This is I want to kill you rivalry.
だがとりあえず確認をする必要はある。それは若返ったエヴァおばさんみたいな分身、つまり新しいベアトリーチェとかいうやつの定義。
No, let's stop. That's not.
あれは何なんだ。
わらわがそれを語ろうと。どうせそなたは魔法は信じぬ魔女は信じぬの一点張りである。だからわらわから説明することは特にない。そなたが思う通りに信じればよい。
俺が思う通りだと。じゃあどう解釈すりゃいいんだ。
後ろ宮エヴァの内面的別存在の視覚化と今は
An inner, what the fuck am I thinking? A subconscious. There to go.
鵜呑みにはできませんが、
Her subconscious.
そう理解するのが妥当でしょう。
つまりエヴァおばさんも彼女も同じ人物だと理解すべきなんだな。くそ、なんだか気持ち悪い展開になったぜ。
そういうわけで、これよりベアトリーチェはわらわの名ではないぞ。後ろ宮エヴァに引き継いだからな。というわけで、わらわは名なしだ。バトラー、何かわらわに適当な。
Why are you so horny for him?
そなたの推薦を受けるぞ。何か上品で気品あふれて。
I'm gonna tell you right now, Beatrice just wants to fuck Badler. That's an official ship.
まんまで十分だぜ。ベアトとベアトリーチェで十分区別つくだろ。
I'm gonna have to call her Beto for now. No.
違和感がないの。なぜだかつまらぬ。
What the fuck is happening? That's all I need to know. Renov, you're the reasonable one. Tell me.
難しゅうございます。
バトラ君、とにかく以後は冷静に。
I'm freaking out.
現在の彼女は後ろ宮エヴァと判別がつくだけ私たちに状況は有利です。
I'm freaking out, lady.
だからこそかえって気に入らねえんだがな。何を考えてるんだ。
Don't send me back to that party.
ベアトのやつめ。
Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Ava, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of the happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings just for that moment. It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. Aunt Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the headship and who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. I definitely won't accept witches. But Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap. It didn't reach your ears, but it did bless her.
おめでとうよ、エヴァおばさん。
You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. As though urged on by Battler's applause, Beto also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene. Battler and Beto, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person.
魔女に拍手してるわけじゃねえぞ。エヴァおばさんのこれまでの努力に拍手してんだぞ。
わらわもだ。あの碑文を見事に解いたエヴァに対し、率直に祝福の拍手を送っておる。
お前と一緒に拍手してるってのが気に入らねえが、ま、今は気にしねえことにするぜ。たまにゃお前と一緒に拍手しても罰は当たんねえか。
たまにはおつである。しかし拍手って楽しいな。成し遂げたのはわらわではなく。
I'm still fucking conflicted. I have a dilemma. But I don't want to say it yet. I need to see things first before I state the dilemma. I thought I was gonna end the stream at 2, but all this shit started happening.
ま、今だけは休戦で手を叩こうじゃねえか。
I'll clap. Beto laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. They're fucking. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It was just as though Battler's and Beto's applause had been the final thing needed for his succession. What? Are you kidding me? That's not the end of the episode? I'm done. I'm done, okay? We ended it on the chapter. I hit escape. Escape takes away the fucking thing? I would have used this so many times to get a fucking thumbnail. Damn. That's a fun thing to learn, like 10 episodes into a fucking 6-hour recording session every time, is that escape takes away the fucking text box. That's fun. Alright, well, we're gonna leave it on that. That's why I guess Z is to fucking pause it now, isn't it? Let me guess. There's gonna be, if I go to characters, yeah, there's, first of all, there's some updates. There's some updates. I should look. Discovered as a burnt corpse from the incinerator in the underground boiler room, as though there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seems reasonable to think that he was burned after he was murdered. Too bad this time. Game over right at the very start. Corpse discovered in the second floor VIP room. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. In appreciation for his many years of service, Genji shall be permitted to sleep in the VIP room. Corpse discovered in the parlor on the first floor. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. For Shannon, the parlor, whose view of the rose garden was beautiful on sunnier days. Corpse discovered in the chapel. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. The chapel for Cannon. Even after death, keep on protecting the place important to the Lord. Corpse discovered in the third floor servants' quarters. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. He wanted to gain Kinzo's favor. The room next to the study is appropriate for him. Corpse discovered in the second floor guest room. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. Seldom used guest room on the second floor was their secret napping spot. And then obviously I didn't read this one because I read this. Retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's master, made proper use of the endless magic and dedicated her life to the happiness and smiles of people. Taught Beatrice the endless magic and retired believing that Beatrice would devote herself to people in the same way. As well as being Beatrice's master, she was also the consulting mage of Beatrice's old home. For this reason, Virgilia interacted with her in the manner of a servant. It is said that this was responsible for causing Beatrice's egotism and excesses. Okay, I think that's fine. Ava Beatrice solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was hailed as the new Endless Witch. Has a natural talent for magic and is expected to grow into an extraordinary great witch. In many cases, genius witches are swallowed by their own power while they are still young. That is the trial permitted only to geniuses, and those who overcome it will surely leave their name in the history of the Endless Witch. Will she be able to overcome the trial that defeated her predecessor? Now, I'm pretty sure Renove is the same. Now alright, one question that will be answered eventually is Ava Beatrice just now Beatrice? Is that the person I have to deal with from now on, or do I still deal with Beatrice? Actual Beatrice. Because I'm calling her Ava. I don't give a fuck. I'm not calling this person Beatrice. The Beatrice I know is this. This is the Beatrice I know. I don't know no Beatrice as Ava. I'm gonna call her Ava. Is Ava gonna be the new witch? That is the question that will be answered eventually. Now, the main actual question, the dilemmas I have, is now this. Ava as a character is a good character. So now the main question is, do I accept Ava as a witch? I have dilemmas now that I need answered. Do I accept Ava as a witch just because I like Ava as a character? And with Beatrice, can I now simp on her? Is this rivalry now friendly? Is this now a friendly rivalry between me and her? Because she's not the fucking witch anymore and she probably won't piss me off? We'll just have to find out next time on Dragon Ball Z, I guess. I don't fucking know. What is this? Dilemmas. Do I like Beatrice now? Do I accept her as a witch now? What the fuck? This threw everything out of proportion. I am confused. Like I said, we'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been Umineko. This is fucking confusing me. I don't even know when the next stream of this is. I'm not going to say anything definitive. Ava is not a witch for the sole fact of just her not being a witch. I will say that for now. I might have to accept it later. But I'll say this now. Beatrice, if you do not piss me off anymore because you're not trying to make me... well, you still might. We'll have to see on that. But Beatrice, I'm willing to make it a friend rivalry. Not me wanting to kill you, but me wanting to be better than you. Me wanting to show that I'm smarter than you. I'll accept that. I'll simp for Beatrice if I have to. If it becomes that. I didn't think I would admit that. But holy fuck, I might have to. Okay, I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been Umineko. My whole thing has been thrown out of fucking alignment. So, good thing the next stream is Viewer's Choice, October 2nd. Make sure that you, suggest things in my Discord server and my Twitch chat when I'm live. Stay golden, Pony Boys. Not an MLP reference. Outsiders, I am out. Let me save before I accidentally quit. There we go. I am out. See ya, motherfuckers.